Well, hello there, and welcome back to Freeform Disney. I'm Jeremy, and hey, we are here to run through the entirety of the Bad Batch. So, it's going to be quite the run, right? Longest live stream I'll have ever done here, so there's also that. Let's see. Hello there to Evie. Hello there to Lord Vader. Hello there to Matthew Finn. Hello there to Dar Scal. Hello there to Grumpy Dad. So hello there to all of you. So good number of people in the house already. And hey, this day is just getting started. We've got quite a ways to go. The final episode will be just over 9 hours from now when it starts up. So it's going to be a trip. So this is our whole welcome onboarding time in case anybody's new to, or maybe somebody's new and watching the stream later. In which case, you've all, probably most of you who are here right at this moment live have already heard this spiel before, so you get to hear it one more time. Chalk it up to the list of how many times you get to hear it. So, in case you are new though, you're going to go ahead and pull up your copy of the Bad Batch wherever you've got it. It's all good to me, doesn't make a difference. And then we're both going to go ahead and watch. And I'll count you in. We'll have a 3, 2, 1, go. And then there'll also be a timer up over my head. So that way if things get missynced somehow, you can go ahead and resync your watch to my watch. And so we'll run on through that way. I should also say it's not going to be a spoiler-free watch through because we've all probably watched this through at this point. You need that. I do have watch parties from all the other episodes, so you probably want to go ahead and look at those videos and go ahead and watch those and jump on up through. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. Hey, Matthew Finn, yeah, heard that a few too many times. Yeah, I can imagine. Scal, you say you're going to say hi and you're going to be in and out, only because it's your birthday, so that's planned. Well, happy birthday, Dar Scal. I said, definitely have fun on your birthday, and hey, thanks for spending some of your birthday here with me. So, definitely, I said we all love having you around, but definitely do whatever is most fun for your birthday. So, whatever that ends up meaning. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to make sure I've got it up and ready over on my side, too, because it wouldn't do much good if I don't have it up and ready here. Wouldn't do much good at all. Then I'll be watching and you won't. No. Just be really funky, right? The other way around, I guess. Okay. Just make my final adjustments over here. We'll start up in just a few more minutes. So, hey, you want to toss anything in before we start up? Now is the time. Oh, Matthew Finn, for you, it's 4:30 when the new episode will come out. Oof. Bright and early, that is for sure in the morning. Let me see some of the earlier talk there. Oh, that crosshair twist, yeah, Evie. Really got me. I really didn't think they were going to go there. I mean, I'm super glad. It's a great character theme, story-wise, everything else. So I was saying, I think after the episode, I guess it shouldn't be as surprising to me, given what Bad Batch has been willing to do already. But I still have all the precedents of things like Rebels and Clone Wars and things like that, which probably never would have done it. And let's see, Lord Vader saying, oh, wanted to watch it, but oh geez, it's near midnight already over there. Yeah, 9 hours later or so. Yeah, so it looks like Lord Vader will join us somewhere later once it's a little later into the morning over there in Europe. Understandable, not pulling an all-nighter on that one. And apparently it's pulling people's likes, at least for Evie. It pulled Evie's like and had to re-put it on there. So, hey, good moment for me to think and remind everyone to make sure to click that like button down there. I always try to point at it, and I'm horrible at pointing at it. There we go. Anyway, somewhere down there. So go ahead and click that like button. More people will go ahead and see the stream, pop on in. We'll see how many people we can get in here by the time we're up to that finale, right? And let's see. You enjoyed episode 1 of the What If. Though you were... Interesting, you weren't a fan of Sebastian Stan and his voice acting, huh? Interesting. Maybe we'll get Sebastian Stan in to play Luke Skywalker sometime. We could just see more Sebastian Stan everywhere. We'll see. Evie here periodically. Yep, cool. Okay. Okay, looks like I'm caught up on all the talk over in there, so that's always a good thing. Always glad to be caught up there. Let's see. I was going to go ahead and try to also give you all a nice little marathon schedule. Now, bearing in mind that all times are Pacific, so bear that in mind when I head over here and try showing that here in a second. And you should be able to hear me. I think I'll double check my audio's on when I head over there. So hang 1 second. We're going to head over there. Oh, there we go. Yep, they had to get that audio back on. So there we go. The audio is back on over here. So you can hear me. You can go ahead and see all of that. So that is the schedule for the entirety of the live stream. Now, bearing in mind that that is all in Pacific Standard Time, so whatever time zone that is for you, point being, it's about time for episode 1 here, 1500, 3 p.m. over on Pacific Standard Time. So just bear that in mind and know that that's how that will be working when we go with that. In the meantime, back to me. Back away from the schedule. Alright. So we'll start up with the nice giant aftermath right there, 75 minutes. We're not redoing the 4-parter over in Clone Wars today. We did that the other time. This is just season 1. Heck, if we did that 4-parter from Clone Wars, we'd actually run an extra couple hours almost. Be closer to a 12-hour live stream at that point. Ah, yes, the Rebels Review Part 2. I'm hoping to go ahead and pop that out tomorrow or Saturday. So I am hoping to get that up in one of these next couple days, and we'll get the 3rd part out early next week and the 4th part out later next week. And then we'll be doing a Rebels character ranking. Oh, speaking of character rankings, by the way, Bad Batch character ranking Sunday. Sunday at noon, I am going to live stream, and I will rank out all of the characters we saw in Bad Batch, based purely on their Bad Batch appearances. I said, kind of the same way I was doing when we were doing Rebels character rankings, I'll do it that way too. So just because we know Cham from all kinds of other things, or etc., doesn't mean I'm going to use that. Same with Tarkin, just based on their appearances in Bad Batch. I guess I should say the show of Bad Batch? I don't know. I'll have to decide whether I'm including the 4 episodes from Clone Wars. Anyway, probably just Bad Batch as a show, though, to be more fair. That'll hurt Echo the most. You weren't wrong about that. Yeah, Echo will definitely take a bit of a dive, not getting everything else in there. To be honest, even Tarkin isn't going to be as good when you're only talking about his Bad Batch performance. But they've done a good job with him within here, I think. So, who else would get hurt a bit? Well, to be fair, Rex gets hurt a bit when you go ahead and base it purely on Bad Batch. Or maybe you're talking about not having the Clone Wars arc. Yeah, that hurts Echo too, because Echo definitely gets some character development in there. Definitely does. I'm going to get my headphones on because we're about to go ahead and start up with episode 1 here. So let's get ready to start up episode 1, everyone. Okay, so get your episode 1 up. We've got our nice long hour and plus aftermath right there. Love that they made such a big first episode. Oh, do love it. Evie, you said the crosshair twist was one of the greatest Star Wars twists in your opinion. It's no, I am your father, but, well, yeah. It is a pretty dang good twist, especially because you didn't see it coming. I mean, you didn't. I said I didn't expect it, and also, I mean, it's a good twist. I love it, and yeah, and I mean, the show even purposely misled a little on that one. Anyway, let's go ahead and start up. So everybody in 3, 2, 1, go. We're moving into Aftermath. Time to hear some Caleb Doom in a little bit. Well, the voice, it might be a little too old, but hey, aside from that. One, says Evie. Yes, episode 1. Not the Phantom Menace, though. I love this opening here. It's the only time we do it here, but just the burning through. I remember that in the trailer, too. The first bit of teaser trailer we had. Oh, so cool. Aftermath. Back to the red writing. Just like back there at the end of Clone Wars 2. Such a great intro. The full passing of the torch from Clone Wars to Bad Batch here. Love it. And yes, we can talk about the rewriting of this and whatnot, but that's another matter. It's still fun, though. Hello, Miko. Hello there, Miko Marvel. Yes, have started 3 minutes into the first episode. Well, one should also say, any problems any of us might have with rewriting that piece of the comics a little bit, or maybe Caleb's voice being a little too old since it's the same voice actor. If anybody's not familiar with Rebels or that comic, I mean, none of those problems probably exist for them. Perfectly fine, I'm sure, if you don't know those pieces. Man, and you start with all this droid dorkiness that is just so much part of the droids. Right before something so very dark. Callback joke right there. Complete with killing the droid right after they became in charge, huh? So in the record piece, I debated using the Jedi piece, trying to make that one work for the Anakin Obi-Wan thing. Just didn't sound good enough. Mika Marvel. As far as Star Wars gaming, I was really hoping, I said, for the Star Wars channel, Freeform Star Wars, to get a little bigger first. Because it's a little tiny at the moment. So I was hoping to get that built up a bit more and then, go ahead and do that. You could also say, imagine this little line was in here. A fascinating theory, but Master Kenobi has engaged with General Grievous on numerous occasions before, and so we shouldn't get our hopes up. Would have been a little dig at Clone Wars there, a little. Reference for all of us who know just how many times there have been clashes there. As much good as that stalling does, right? Me too. Hello there, Carter Williams. I said, no, I love this bit too. But yeah, what a great delay. Beautiful, beautiful background in there. Run, Caleb, run! It's funny, if there were really like some giant Bad Batch intro title song or something, that would have been the spot. You would have dropped it right after that, right? Like Wrecker, I didn't care for the actual number. Juxtapose this here with now, right? The ending of episode 15. Those trustworthy clones right there, huh? Ooh, it is. Never figured out a good answer on the identity of this Jedi here. Between the lightsaber and the hand, just never figured out a good answer. There's like plenty of possibilities that it just isn't quite right for. Like the lightsaber's close to this one, the hand is close to this person, but That puppet there. Not puppet, plush. It's the only time we really see Wrecker do much with it. I mean, it says it kind of shifts ownership here. Can you imagine if that was Obi-Wan's line? He's more machine than man now, percentage-wise, from a certain point of view. And secure future. Whatever be that way, Rod. Not programmed at all. Beautiful shots of the facilities here on Camino. What's that? Wonder how much in season 2 will examine more of her seeming force sensitivity there. Remember someone made a comment on how much Tarkin aged between here and the last time we saw him. Lots of people age interestingly fast sometimes over the course of Star Wars, right? Only if you care that much about that, right? So many other benefits to not using clones, though. love how much he... I mean, think about doing all of these different voices, right? This much during a show. It's one thing that, you know, back in the Clone Wars, sure, you had multiple clones, but they weren't highlighted as much generally, with some exceptions. And the regs were all a little more similar in voice, too. I like this little tiny hint into the lives that they used to have, right? And Crosshair just being teed off about the whole thing. Just exhausted of it all. Easy. Yeah, I don't think you quite understand. Oof. That's some past trauma. So shocking. I love the arc of that. It's been one of the arcs we've definitely been having going on throughout the show. Man, love this facility. So quick a worker right there. I said this makes sense in here too. Sure, we saw a bit of them at the beginning, but this is much more a good show off on each of their abilities and them working as a team here. Which, if you've never seen them before, so you didn't see the Clone Wars arc, makes sense. Now our full circle nature with what we just had in 15 here, right? Man, just love the first piece. You're like, dang. Kind of one of those. You for a moment, you at least get the how the heck do you get out of this kind of thing. Hello there, Melted. Finale, the episode 16 should be dropping in about 8.5 hours. So busy marathoning through everything else first, so we're on episode 1 right now. Wrecker with his poor retorts sometimes, right? Tarkin like, I like these ones. Back to nicely showing off everybody's different talents throughout this fight right here. I was gonna say, yeah, I think we definitely showed them all off. Yeah, there you go. Call them separatists, right? Or should you? By the way, but comments on the music in here. Just listen to the music even in these moments before this going in here. Said it before, but nicely done on the music. One thing that we've definitely improved so much on the animated series. Amongst other things, of course. So, questions for everyone. You think we'll see Saw again here in the finale, or not till next season? I'm voting next season. I don't think we'll see him here in the finale. Ooh. You know, I don't remember that creature from before. Did we see it back in the Clone Wars arc? Carter, let's see, he said you don't know a lot, but apparently it's supposed to connect to Kenobi in some way. Certainly could. I mean, Kenobi said a good few years later, but yeah, it's all the same Star Wars galaxy, right? Oh, Crosshair's reaction. Of course, then juxtapose it with episode 3, huh? It's interesting to see the few who we then see later in episode 3. Guess what's her face in the medical helmet? She's one of the ones we see in the 3rd episode. As well as I think what's the face in the background there. Her maybe too? Anyway. Messy. It's interesting to say, talking about adapting. Of course, they both do. Crosshair adapts, as do the rest of them. Just in 2 very different ways. I love that extra boost. Not that you know. Really? I think they never did. The first time Omega actually sees their room. Sorry for the spam over in the chat there. I have a low tolerance for spam, so it gets dumped fast if I see something that is. Or maybe that. Oh, AZ is so useless over there. If you don't see someone's dead, you'll see him again. Hello there, Mikhail. Welcome, welcome. Nearing the end of episode 1 there. Yes, you walk right into that trap. Like conspiring with Saul Guerrero. Wait, you been conspiring with our person? Yeah, not anymore. Get it. See, Mikhail, you said you'll be on other watch party for Star Wars Bad Batch. You'll stay with. Okay, sounds like you are staying and watching something else too. I'm not entirely clear, but hey, good to have you here though. Anyway. Back to that force sensitivity right there, right? It's interesting how we did a lot to note her force sensitivity early on, and haven't done much in the back half of the season. I don't think. Nothing more overt, anyway. Ah, you're gonna flip elsewhere later. Okay. Well, we'll miss you over here at that point. Hello there, Drams. A bit of a challenge, right? Definitely haven't done that long a live stream before. I think the longest have been, what, 6-hour live streams? Roughly for some of the watch parties going through the different seasons of the Marvel shows we've had so far. It's, what, 4 hours longer? Sounds good, Jerome. See you when you wake up over there. No worries, Mikhail. No worries. Have fun, dream. Well, sleeping. Good dreams. Catch you in another few hours. It's like nice. Boom. First time you get to see Omega actually in action. Huh? See, that's the thing. If you're crosshair, it looks like they abandoned you, right? You don't know they were coming back at that point. Painful, that. It's an interesting thing. Whereas I'd say the other clones were probably shooting to kill, Crosshair's not. You see it again and again, just like, yeah, sure, he's also using Wrecker as bait. But I don't think the first shot that was actually aimed at Hunter was a kill shot either, though. He's looking more to disable. It's one hell of a shot, by the way. And as we talked about way back when the first episode aired, definitely one of the early signs about force sensitivity there. Episode 1's almost back in the books once more. Last little few notes here, huh? I love just little moments like that between Tech and Wrecker. It just hints towards so much more of the character interactions. We didn't get enough of those, I think, later on during the season. Yeah, that's it. That's where Omega's like, actually, I was trying to shoot him. I didn't mean to get the gun. I love the J19 thing. Think we figured it out after the episode while we're still live streaming here. You know, along with all of you there in the chat. I think. That's my memory, but dang, it's been a while, hasn't it? 14 weeks ago? I mean, 14 and a half because it came out, well, you know, for Wednesday, but... In other words, like 3.5 months ago. Wow. It surprises me sometimes just how long it's been since season 1 here at Bad Batch started. 3.5 months ago. I mean, heck, it's August 12th now. And we went ahead and started the whole thing on May the 4th. It's been a while. So another few minutes and we'll start into episode 2 over here. And I mean, they'll start seeming short by comparison to this one. I mean, the next 2 episodes combined are shorter than this episode. As is probably unsurprising. I mean, overall, not including all the localization credits, it's still like an hour and 11 minutes long. Just not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, we'll give it a couple more minutes and start into episode 2. Give everyone a chance to change whatever you're watching there. Move on to cut and run, which will be the second one. Nice pun in that one. Cut and run. I don't think I caught that before. Funny. Not sure how I didn't catch that in the title. Nice Cut LaQuaine reference within the title itself. Oh, let's see. Gotta cut the timer so I can go ahead and pop it back over again. Grumpy Dad's got to take off for a little bit. Well, we'll see you a little bit later there, Grumpy Dad, as we get a little closer to the finale, I imagine. So definitely feel free to pop back on in later. I will still be here for the next probably about 8.5 hours or so, if I had to make a guess. It just depends on exactly how long the finale is, really. And how many of you are in here talking, and how long after the finale ends we'll keep talking. Hello there to Matthew Cordona. Hello, hello. Just in time to get ready to jump into episode 2. Got a long ways to go, but hey, we're over an hour through Bad Batch already, just like that. I mean, that is that opening episode. Man, that was huge. I'm hoping they do some more things that are more experimental that way with a big, long episode. We'll see. Maybe season 2 will start out with something big, too. I can always hope. Either that, or I suppose we can just have an 18, 20 episode season. I can go for that as well. Also, yet to see exactly how long tonight's episode is, for that matter. Could be a little longer. Who knows? Could even be the shortest episode of the season, for all the heck I know. Shall see what we shall see, that is for sure. Even if it's going to be a little under 8 hours from now. And by the way, just as a note, I do have breaks sitting within here, so you can go ahead and see some of that. Pop it over there. So, as all those times are in Pacific Standard Time, it's about 15 after right now, so you can tell where we're at, because we're about to start episode 2. But hey, in another hour, it'll be time to go take a quick little break. For the first of 2 real breaks. There are 2 real breaks, one here after episode 3, one after episode 9. And then really you'll have a moment after episode 15 in case you need a little time before we actually jump into the finale. Because they haven't been releasing before midnight, so I would imagine that's probably true here too. Okay, with all of that said, it's time to jump into episode 2, Cut LaQuaine and Run. I mean, Cut and Run. Alright, everybody. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, episode 2. Episode 1 really did start this show off on a heck of a high note, though. Man, if it didn't. Episode 2, definitely enjoyable. Really nice seeing Cut LaQuaine in here and what we did with him. And episode 3 I've commented half good. I mean, there was some good characterization in it. The really good part was the Crosshair side and stuff and Camino. To our Clone Wars references. We're coming here saying Cut Liquid on. But man, the animation's so much better. Well, there are some interesting things on the kids. I think, what was it? Did we even change the skin color on one of the kids? I think we did. Or at least change the tone of it a bit, which was interesting. Hey Evie, welcome back. Episode 2 just started in. Which makes it sound like you didn't miss much. Of course, it's just because episode 1 is an hour and 11 minutes long. It's the other thing, episode 2, where we start to really see the animation quality of looking around elsewhere. And get to see Seleucami in so much more detail than when we saw it back in Clone Wars. I mean, think about this piece with dirt and actually watching it fall. You never would have seen something like that back in Clone Wars. The wide-eyed wonder. Then we have that very symbolic storm on the horizon right there. Look at the colors on that one. Oh, that piece right there. It's a nice piece in writing. Just, of course, being a deserter is a little new here. And as I said, I had been wondering at first how they would have known about Cut, and the funny piece is we essentially alluded to all kinds of backstory where they knew each other. You know, we didn't fully answer all those questions, but perfectly fine. It's fine to leave some mysteries out there that we don't know the full answers to. Just missed him. Oh, you forgot about the Cut episode, Evie. Yeah, no, this is a good one. Uncle Wrecker. Just that look already off the bat. Yeah, it was a long time ago. We're talking back in the middle of May. 3 months ago, so it has been a while, Evie. well, early May. The 6th of May, I guess it would be. So 3 months and a week ago. Yeah, it's interesting. I technically only see them once, but on a number of these, because I'm doing another video on it or whatever else, I end up seeing a little more to it. Even though it's not really a true watch through yet. I suppose it also helps that I made a video on J19 and Cut LaQuain before the episode aired, too. Back to one of those videos over on Freeform Star Wars. Speaking of, I should pop this up over here. Speaking of Freeform Star Wars, I tend to keep getting more content out over there. There was a question about the video gaming back up earlier. I don't remember who asked it. It was Miko Marvel. There we go. But it's like, yeah, I've got a whole ton. The number of Star Wars games I've got. Lots. But that's like, I want to go ahead and grow Freeform Star Wars a little more. Because it's a little small right now. Gotta get some more videos up more often. That'll probably go ahead and start growing it a little better. So, see what we see. We have a good bit of lore building in this episode here. Always more to watch, right, Evie? It's just such a horrible toss. First lesson when on a foreign planet. Listen to your host right there. I love how quickly into action right there. Certainly used to this kind of rum, right? Try to chase it off so it never comes back. Yes, they did officially confirm season 2 of Bad Batch. Within the last week or just after the last episode, somewhere in around there, they did officially confirm it. Nothing about timing or how long the season is or anything else, but they did officially confirm there would be a second season. Again, not a surprise, of course, but yeah, nice to hear the confirmation nonetheless. And we still have a continuation of this right here. Because we got some scientists to rescue. Certainly one in particular at some point, right? Or to try to rescue. Yeah, my guess is season 2 will be similar in length. Interesting question on exactly how long, because season 1 had our big 70-minute episode to start off with. So if they don't do a big long episode, then maybe an 18-episode season. Hi. I remember also commenting on this episode, just my happiness with this piece that comes up here in a little bit, really how everybody has their role to play. Yeah, maybe it could be an episode or two shorter, take out a few quote-unquote filler episodes. I mean, there was no real filler episode in this season, though. Again, I fully expect, even the thing that was the most filler just a couple episodes ago, I expect it'll come back and play in later. That's my guess. So, I'm not going to complain. Hello there, Dr. Stephen Harlan. Welcome, welcome. Episode 2. Almost 17 minutes in, so we're near done with episode 2. Another few minutes to go. Got our big action scene here coming up. That sounds good. Yeah, grab a bite to eat. We'll be starting up the 3rd episode here in about 10 minutes, just over 10. Oh, I hear you, Evie. Watching this and still stuck back on the, well, what we saw there on the penultimate episode. I hear you. Soon. We'll see the rest of the answers soon. Go Wrecker. I love Wrecker in that outfit too. Just down as a farmer. Could you imagine the Bad Batch deciding to settle down for the quiet life, become farmers? Yeah, I'd agree with you, Evie, that Omega would probably no way out. Again, getting back to their ship that's still down there seems like the simplest answer for how they get out. So, but certainly Omega knows a number of hidden ways and passages through there. Evie, I was at one point imagining we might see Rex or the Martez sisters for the finale, but I don't know at this point. I still think the Martez sisters are more likely than Rex, unless it's both of them. Because I think Rex is the kind of person we hold back a little bit more. Whereas I think we'll see the Martez sisters more often as a sign of our growing rebellion, shall I say, and connected to Rex. That's what I think we're going with on them. You know, this whole fight sequence in here, I still like it. It's probably one of my favorites in the bunch. Certainly not the best fight sequence in this season, but definitely one of my favorites, though. Oh, yeah, Evie. Well, I don't think we'll get a Camino Clone Rebellion anymore. Clone Rebellion, yeah, I'm still expecting it. Just, clearly it's going to be somewhere else. And I've said it before, but I don't expect to see Cut again. There really isn't a good reason to see Cut and LaQuaine and the rest of them. They should be off somewhere way far out, hiding. Love the working out. It's the first time we see him doing it here in the show. Which is also, again, a record thing, but also a callback to the Clone Wars arc from Bad Batch. So it is a fair question now. With Camino essentially out of the picture, where will the Clone Rebellion take place? It's like, I certainly don't know the answer to that one. Or maybe it'll take place in numerous locations, not just one. But I definitely don't know exactly what to expect on that anymore. That's interesting, Evie. Have the Clone Rebellion happen on Geonosis, and that leads to the genocide there? Interesting. It's an interesting full circle kind of nature to actually put it on Geonosis, too, considering the first big battle with the clones was there. It's got a certain poetic nature to it to do it. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, it could be interesting there. And say that that's the other half of why the Empire then moved the site somewhere else. I could go for that. Of course, the timing on that I think is much, much later, though, if you do it that way. So, yeah, I don't think I could go for it because of that, then. Because then you're saying that it takes place way, way too many years later. Yeah. Sounded good at first. Just doesn't work for me in the end because of that, though. It did sound good at first. Getting my third episode up and ready here now. Don't worry, we got another minute and a half, then we'll start into that third episode here. Well, hello there, Mikhail. No, someday we'll see the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer, right? Maybe next week. Maybe the week after. Who the heck knows anymore? I thought post Loki would come a little quicker than it has, but don't know at this point. Oh, and somebody was asking about this earlier, so I'll pop that in there. But see, that is. I mean, I could put it up here. But see, that is... Yeah, we'll just put it here. Shift it over a little. There you go. See, it was the 5th. So, yeah, it was last week, back on Thursday, that they went ahead and made the announcement. I hadn't remembered if it was like the day of, the day before, or day after. So it was actually the day before the last episode. But as I said, no specifics. I mean, it'd be 2022, probably unsurprising to anything else, etc. Yeah, I agree, Evie. It's like, probably not then. Just doesn't quite work with the rest of that. Let's see. Okay. So it is time to go jump into episode 3. Hopefully, Dr. Stephen Harlan, you made it back from grabbing your snack there. Because it is time to keep on rolling. Okay, everyone. So it is time for episode 3. Gonna go ahead and count us in. So 3, 2, 1. Certainly one of the darkest episodes of the entire season right here. Yeah, exactly. It would be a very poetic ending. The timeline just doesn't work out for it, though. I don't know. I don't know where it would go and have it. Just not sure. Oh, by the way, if you hear the air conditioner running in the back, sorry about that. Normally, I turn off the air conditioner for, by the way, replacements. Normally, I turn it off for doing recording and live stream and whatnot, but over here on the West Coast, it's going to be like over 100 degrees, so it stays on today. Oh, Wrecker. Right after you say that, right? It's like, as long as it doesn't affect life support, it's not critical. Umbara, you think, Amy? Definitely the Umbarans wouldn't be well liked by the Empire. Interesting. So yeah, it's part of my question of how do you have the whole thing take place? It's an interesting trick. It really, really is. Because we've got to get the clones into a place, be able to have them make a rebellion, the rebellion have a point. I don't know. Maybe it's even instigated by the Empire starting to decommission the clones, shall we say. I'm sure the Empire would love to just keep sending the clones into fights to go ahead and take them out bit by bit. I love Wrecker. Well, the rebellion has to fail. Yes, indeed it does, Evie. Yes, indeed it does. But again, what if the Empire sends a whole ton of clones to subdue some planet? The clones succeed, and then the rebellion starts there. Or maybe the clones don't succeed. Interesting quote. I love how the episode dealt with when he actually removed the chip. But man, if I'm not curious about it, though, still. But I love the beast. No, it doesn't matter. Fully agreed, Ava. Fully agreed the Bad Batch won't survive the end of the show. So I think that is the finale of the show itself. Hey, I've commented, what do I want to see? I want to see an undercover attempt to go ahead and take out the Emperor that fails. And unless I'm mistaken, I think it's what's-her-name who's the one who's still alive, even after the last episode. Whereas the other three are all dead now. To be specific, it's ES02, assuming that is her right there, so 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So yeah, the question. We still excuse Crosshair a little out of the massacre that happens here because of the chip. But I think the more important point, back to the does it matter question, is that Crosshair would have done it anyway. It's chip or no chip. Palpatine is a great villain. That is for sure. No doubt there. Now the greatest, well, might have to think that one through a little more and figure out where I'd go for the greatest villain of all time. I love how we start pushing this early on. I still thought it would be bigger than it was in the end. Carter says, maybe Palpatine's the greatest, but he's also the weakest Sith Lord of all time and the last. That's an interesting debatable question on if we're going to go on strength of Sith Lords. Oof, tricky that. So I definitely doubt he was the weakest. But, I mean, if we're talking current canon, we don't know a whole lot of other ones. I guess we'd have to go to Legends there. Yes. But also, how are we counting strength? Because his strength is so much in his plans. Granted, he also has quite a good bit of strength in other ways, too. But as far as canon's concerned, yeah, it might be true. Now you joined to get killed by Crosshair, huh? Yep. Back to why it drives that loyalty in there, considering. Well, if you're going to compare it to Bane, of all people. I mean, if you're going to go compare it to the strongest, sure. But if we're talking about all of them, then I would highly doubt it. We tend to spend our time focusing on the strongest, which is part of the trick, though. Just pick it up and raise it or two. That piece right there about leaving your own behind, which of course is an issue Crosshair himself has with them later on. So nicely connected in. Indeed, Evie. Definitely a master manipulator, to be sure. He's not the right person to push that way, man. But see, yep, he was there. Actually, all three of these, as well as, yeah, at least the four. These two in the front. Yeah. So there's at least four of these people here that we did see in episode 1, actually. At least. I have to do a more careful comparison there to catch just how many. One of your least favorite Sith Lords, eh, Evie? But a dang good villain. Interesting. Welcome back, Dr. Stephen Arlen. You're ready to marathon. Your timing's interesting, because we'll finish up this episode here, then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll go all the way to episodes 4 through 9 right there, and then before we take another quick break. So, we got 10 minutes. We get to go watch a massacre first, so. Man. Sorry, that flamethrower right there. When you think about what's happening. We cut away so you don't watch it all, but dang. Well, you'll kill us anyway, right? It's like both the blaster shots and you hear the flamethrower going there in that moment. It's like, yeah. Heck, I even gave Crosshair the benefit of the doubt early on and said, it's just because of the chip. But again, he himself made the point. He would have done it without it. Evie, sounds good. Enjoy your dinner. Catch you back here in a little bit later. Love that moment where Omega quiets her mind, at least for a moment, to go ahead and catch what's really going on there. It's really neat looking watching the glow go down the creature. So much good lore in this episode and all of our background pieces. Whee. I love they're in the same barracks, same room. Speaking of the relationships in here. It's also our record gives her the blush right there. Another couple episodes, we can go ahead and actually go get her a nice weapon too. Oh, thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, thank you. So there was episode 3. Okay, everybody. So we are about to go ahead and take a break. So if you have anything to say before we hit break for a moment, toss it in there. Feel free to keep talking, of course, even during the break. Certainly nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it will be break time for the next 15 minutes. Then we'll be back. I'll be watching the next episode. So, as one of 2 main breaks in here, we'll have a little time before the finale itself as well. So, there's also that. Have a little time to stretch the legs, use any facilities, shall we say, etc., etc. Okay. Let's go get this set back up. So it's ready. Well, sounds good, Scal. As I said, about to go ahead and dash off that way myself, so. Okay, so I'll pop this up, and we will reconvene in, well, about 15 minutes. So it looks like Scal will be in time for the 4th episode there. And I will see you all shortly. Well, hello there, and we are back. So, onward, further into the breach. Further? Maybe it doesn't sound overly bad-batchy, but... So it's going to be time. This time we'll be going through episodes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Then we'll take another quick break. Then we'll hit episodes 10 through 15. Then we'll have that little pause as we're waiting for the finale. So we are getting there bit by bit. So next up is going to be episode 4, Cornered, which I'm going to say I think is on the weaker side for the episodes of the season. I mean, it does bring in Fennec Shand, and that's great. Love that about it. But it was such a by-the-numbers episode. Don't get me wrong, also, I mean, some of the visuals, getting to see new cities, planets, that's great too. But yeah, I definitely think it was one of the weaker ones of the season. It's still enjoyable, though, because I don't think we had any non-enjoyable episodes, which is way more than I can say for, say, Clone Wars, for instance. Ooh, there were some stinkers in there. Don't worry. Wait for season 2. We'll have an episode that just focuses on the Gonk droid for an entire episode. We'll have a clunker in there somewhere. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay. Get that up and rolling. Get the timer ready to go as well over here. Okay, everybody. Welcome back to our Scal, by the way, I should say. So, everybody, we're going to start up episode 4. So, in 3. Let's put my hand in the screen, right? In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, episode 4, Cornered. I admit from the title of it, I remember I was expecting like a big final showdown with them actually, well, cornered. Slightly misleading title, that. Hunted might have been a better title or something like that. Oh, that gives you a Hunter reference, so maybe not that. Think we'll see Ida Flora in season 2? Yeah, it's easy. We'll just take care of it. Look at that just scrolling by on the star chart there. We're currently up on episode 4, Mikhail. So just started into it. Heading off to Pandora. One of my favorite parts of this episode is seeing Pandora. Nice job on that. Like, how clearly do I have to make the bribe here? Especially since he's double dealing right there. Love the ship. I love how she pops up the little hollow of Omega, which in universe should have zero reason to just pop it up randomly for a quick bit there. Really, purely for an audience sake. Oh, nice star scale. So apparently everyone hears that. So stick around after the finale, and Darscale's going to go ahead and give an official description for his upcoming fan film, Do or Do Not. Little birthday treat right there. Nice. Looking forward to that. Oh, yes. And this, if I'd been ranking my highlights of this episode, I think highlight 1 would have been Pantora. 2 probably would have been Fennec Shan. 3 probably would have been this bit of here, just with the little parade and the celebration here. Four might have been Echo as a droid. Hulk, rip out. Dr. Seaman Harlan's got the snacks. Hi, hello there to Sailor X. popping in and out. Understood. Oh, still at work, you be. Yes, that would definitely do that. May the work be with you. Always nice when you have certain models you can bring in again and again. You know what this section reminds me of? Home Alone, actually. Just this part where everything gets creepy for a moment when you're off by yourself. Where's Home Alone 2? It's Home Alone 2, actually. In Central Park at night. That's what it is. The worst undercover agent ever. Shrank all this neon signs in different cities in the show. Man, we portray this and you think it's a completely different direction as to what her purpose is, right? Man, always trust Omega to try to do something in any situation, right? Whether or not it's effective is a different matter. Not swindling anyone, right? But yeah, it really is such a by the numbers episode, though, right? I'm not the only one that thinks that, right? Little Jedi. Oh god, he still goes down way too easily there. It's a good introduction for Fennec Shand as far as the show's concerned. Regular protocol droids, right? Or whatever type of droid it is exactly. Yeah, we could use that, Sailor X. Go ahead and argue the chip was a mess and wreck her up. That works. I can go headcanon for that right there. Argue how he is holding his head ever so slightly when he comes back up over on that side. So yeah. Go Omega. Driving my thing. Driving my thing. Ow. Think about the height that person was at when they got thrown out. They're probably dead. Not the only person who gets to die here, though. What a shot. Tuck and roll. Love that there's a limp even after that, though. Rucker. Dennis, Vader, and Palpatine must always pray they don't want to run into Ghost Rider. That guy. Ah, Fennec. Fennec, Vader, and Palpatine. One last little piece on this one here. Then we got our big shift in the season when they run into Sid next episode, huh? Imagine the penance stare. Okay, episode 4 down. So we'll start up the next one here in just a bit. I was gonna say, let's see. Yeah, just a little bit. Right here on the hour. We'll go ahead and start it up. It's like a few minutes. Maybe we'll start a few minutes earlier. Who knows? Get some Marvel crossovers and go ahead and have a Ghost Rider pop in. Huh? Those who have sinned. Well, they have sinned, right? Yeah, funky crossover that. Okay. Excuse me. So yes, episode 5, Rampage, is up next, everyone. Fun episode. Definitely bring a number of characters we know. Well, because species we know. Only one character we knew before this. Yeah. Do wonder if we'll see that Rancor pop back up here in the Book of Boba, though. After all, we're over at Jabba's palace. I think it's entirely possible. Entirely possible. So, any episodes people are especially looking forward to coming up? What are you especially wanting to see as we're rolling back through? Do what must be done. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. Or else you won't have the power to save Padme. Indeed. Oh, kill the timer while I'm at it. Don't need that. Continue to tick away up over my head. It's ready for the next one here in just a little bit. So, any interesting news lately? Been waiting for more news. I mean, not a whole lot's been coming out lately, really, that I've noticed. I know our next thing we're waiting for here will be Star Wars Visions, which will go ahead and pop up a little over a month, because we're looking at September 22nd. So that'll be our next show popping up once we get there. Book of Boba here, end of the year, probably a Christmas Day release from what we heard before. No guarantee. And then next year, let's see, we'll have Andor. We'll have Mando Season 3. We'll have Ahsoka. Bad Batch Season 2. Kenobi, I think, should still hit next year as well. So we got a good few shows popping up next year. It's going to be a good year. And the year after that, we'll also have our Rogue Squadron movie pop up. So lots of good things coming. Good things come to those who wait. Or something. Poor Moochie, having to live with Jabba. Yes. But I said Moochie. I said we don't have any idea of the fate of Moochie. So I think it's a fair guess to see that we'll see Moochie here in Season 1 of Book of Boba. Scal, you said you have mixed feelings about Andor, huh? So what are your mixed feelings there? Just that you'd rather the show focus on something else, or not the biggest fan of Cassian Andor? Question mark, question mark. That's what I'm looking forward to it. I said, yes, we do a ton of shows in this time period and a lot of other things, but I think it's got a definite chance to show a little more of the shades of gray of the rebellion, and I'm hoping to see that pop into it. That's really what I'm hoping to see. I don't know if it's what we'll get or not, but it's what I'd like to see. See what we see, right? Do not know for sure what we will end up getting, that's for sure. Okay. Hey, your extra question. Did Moochie and Batista have any offspring? Do we have any younger Rancors that would actually care about? While we're on the topic of Rancors. And Scal, he said, just don't know what the story could really go or set up for anything. I don't know. I don't know. As long as it's a good story. That's all I really care about. So, if it's a good story, let's see some of the shades of gray in the rebellion. That's what I'd love to see in it. And, yeah. See some spy stuff. Certainly, which could give it a very different flavor for the Star Wars shows, because we're not really. I can't think of anything else Star Wars show wise that we're doing that is more on a spy type of orientation. So that could be pretty fun. Okay, everybody, so let's go ahead and get episode 5 up and ready. You'd like the Maul series instead of Andor? Well, 100%. 100%. Baby Rancors to pop up over in Book of Boba. Oh, it could be interesting. Okay, everyone. So, on a count of 3, 2, 1, go. Time to go see some Moochie. I mean, might have to wait a little bit, say 10, 15 minutes. 15 minutes probably, if I had to make my guess roughly how far into there it is, right? Yeah, sounds about right. But I'd love to see a Maul series. Definitely would. How would we just call it Crimson Dawn? Oh, Jesus, where we get to have her messing with a comm for a little bit. Right. Oh, how she still answers it through there even then. You know, if you're a hunter or some of the others, it's like, oh great, now there's 2 of them that are going to go and treat these things as toys. Because I'm sure they already have to deal with a wrecker plenty on things like that. Just a bit. It's a great freeze frame pose. Scratch my back, I scratch your back. I love that high five. See, this doesn't help me at all on the pronunciation of the Zygerian, though. Wrecker says Zygerian, she says Zygerian. Although, hey, that's probably relatively accurate how a real thing would work anyway. People pronouncing things in different ways. After all, neither of them are Zygerian or Zygerian, depending which way the one should say it. Akagos was, I was going to say Tech, apparently, also Zygerian. Kind of sounds like clones. Does she, though? Love to see Kuat pop up into season 2. See the shipyards while we're over there. It's a nice name drop of Kuat, at least. I'm not sure Kuat's been name dropped within anything animated or live action. Has it before? Probably somewhere, sometime during the Clone Wars. Yeah, I went south fast. I did recognize the Huttese off the bat. Noise. greatest dialogue ever. Check the hold. Make sure no one else is on board. Speak in monotone. Make sure to clearly communicate exactly what we're going to do. Back to how resourceful Omega is, right? Scal? No, this is certainly not my favorite episode. Certainly not. I enjoy it, but certainly not my favorite. I mean, each of the last couple episodes, I think, have been two of the top episodes of the season. The midway two-parter was really good. I love some of the stuff we had when we went over to Ryloth for a little bit. The opening episode was really good. If I could just take the half of episode 3 that was not about the Bad Batch. Don't get me wrong, there was some good stuff in it, but the strong stuff in episode 3 was all the Crosshair and the Camino stuff. So. But those are probably my favorites. Episode 5 is probably somewhere more center as far as my ranking for the season. Whereas I put 4 down in the bottom half. 3, I don't know what I'd do with 3 exactly. It's a tricky one. Upper portion of the bottom, even though it has some of the best moments of the entire season in it. Two would be in the upper half, but probably in the low side of the upper half. Like I'd say, I like Cut and Run better than 5 here. Not to say I don't like this one, of course. Miko Marvel has some agreement there on episodes and ranking a bit. I love. We kind of hear him speechify, and we're like, yeah, we don't really care to listen to what the show says. We're paying more attention to Omega here as he speechifies. There's a little sense of humor in that. Just be happy they weren't able to secure it again because you let them know. It's that kind of thing. We especially love villains doing that and telling you their plan. But in this case, it's your one of our side doing the talking and trying to give away their plan. But luckily didn't give it away too early. Almost did, though. Ah, no worries there, Darcigal. That's to just make sure you have time when you take those breaks, right? You probably want to be back for 7 and 8, so, you know. No kidding. Nice try. Record taking too many headshots right there. Another couple episodes we can actually deal with that one. Oh, nice. Yes, have a quick game of water guns. Hopefully it's nice and warm out your way. Either way, it's gonna be cold and wet. Yeah. Yes, go enjoy, have fun. So definitely see you in a bit. Nice, Gamuchi. Yeah, if I'm that creature, I'm off. I'm out of here. Wrecker, smash. Omega always trying to make friends there. Yeah, no kidding, Sailor X. The fact Wrecker can take on a Rancor in hand-to-hand combat should scare some people, that's for sure. I mean, it's not like it's a full-grown adult Rancor, but still. So why does Sid have a clone trooper helmet back there? It's an interesting question. Or would the fun be in that? Always mostly money. By the way, another helmet back over there. See, she has multiple actual clone trooper helmets back there on those shelves. It's an interesting question. Why is she collecting them? Makes you think Ezra a little bit and collecting helmets. Episode 5, everyone. So next should be the Martez sisters. Predator trophy wall, huh? Yeah, makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Because a lot of it looks pretty functional as to what's on those shelves. But then you just have little things like those helmets and whatnot that just make you wonder. Because I only noticed the 2 helmets. I mean, there might be more on there. Maybe somebody's eagle-eyed and spotted more on those shelves. Certainly we have those couple. But yeah, otherwise it looks like lots of binders, maybe books, boxes, crates. Who knows? Maybe it's all trophies and you just can't tell what's in some of those. Hard to say. Certainly hard to say. I don't know. But it would be interesting to know the story behind why Sid has those 2 helmets. Maybe season 2, maybe we'll even find out. You never know. Go ahead and just start this here in a couple minutes. Go ahead and maybe we'll just get to that break even quicker. Take a longer break. We'll see what we do. So everybody get episode 6 up and ready because we will jump into that here in a moment. So decommissioned. I'll see you in just a moment there, Sailor X. Yeah, we'll finish this one out on the lighter episode. Then we'll go into essentially our three-parter. It's our mid-season two-parter, and then plus Bounty Lost, which is essentially our third part of that one. So, last more fillery episode here. When I say more fillery, again, I think meeting the Marquez sisters will definitely come back later. I'd be really surprised if the Marquez sisters don't pop back in. It's possible. Anyway, let's go ahead and start up into episode 6. Let's just go. Let's keep jumping right on through. Let's go do it. So everybody, in 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, Lucasfilm Limited one more time. Okay, Bad Batch. Marquez sisters time, everybody. That's just not exactly an episode people tend to put up on the high end of this. Of course, in fairness, neither do I. Not because of the Marquez sisters. It's just the episode more as a whole. Again, it's more on the fillery type side, so just not as much to it. These two. I don't know, I noticed these two more each time when they're brought in here now. Just listen to those two in the background. Look at did you see the slots machine? It's got 3 droid heads on it. I want to talk. It's a good increasement of Sid as a character right here. And 1. Well, we'll talk about that another time right there. Wrecker with his lines, alright? I said we get to push a wrecker a little further in this one before we go and hit 7. In a little bit. It's funny, by pushing the whole wrecker piece the way we do up into episode 7, it red herrings us that much more as far as what we were thinking on Crosshair and whether he was really under control of the chip. It's just nicely done. It's nicely put together. Round and round we go. But yeah, kind of my comment about episode 4 being a bit by the numbers. To be fair, episode 6 also is fairly by the numbers as well. Go Omega. I love how it's not just a big fall. No, you might die if you make that fall. Well, hello there, YouTube miscellaneous. I'm assuming the MISC is miscellaneous. Currently in episode 6, 11 minutes and 44 seconds in, as we're marathoning our way all the way up to the finale. So, decommissioned. I did. Now we have some fun action nonetheless in here. It's interesting, the heat on theirs. They should start heating up fast. Yeah, it's like, oof. So grab other droids and use them against the droids. Yeah, straightforward enough plan. Typical sci-fi type stuff. Well, boost the signal. Yeah, just cliche pieces, right? Intensify forward firepower. Oh, okay, it's slightly different than that, but still. Who doesn't like Wrecker? Come on now. Especially once you get those super battle droids in. Yeah. Orders are orders. Not super annoyed on the battle droids today. Nice touch, though, the connection between them. And it would be Trace of the two sisters to certainly have the connection to Omega far more than Rafa. I love it. I mean, back to the two of them having really chosen a side too, for that matter. Which, again, is why we're going to see more of them here later. No doubt we will. And episode 6, almost in the books. We do have to hint a little more here on the Martez sisters at the end. Which is why Rexan shows up in episode 7, right? Again, that is 100% my argument. That's Rex. It was from the first time we saw him, but... Okay. Localization credits, etc., etc. On and on we roam. Granted, I can't read the ones in Chinese, and etc. No idea who the people are who played those parts. So, next up will be Battle Scars. We'll just keep running ahead of schedule a little bit. Why not? Schedule is tentative. I think it says so down in the description that these are approximate start times. So we're going to run a little ahead of schedule on this one too. We'll probably start this up in another couple minutes. Say 10 till. Rather than on the hour. Start a Twitch, just go ahead and multi-stream this, use a little restream.io, stream it over here and over there. Something to think about sometime. Could always do that. If so, I'll probably just use just one channel over on Twitch rather than 3 over here. Darskel, you're back and cold and wet. Well, hopefully you had fun out there. Hopefully it's hot over in your area, so at least cold and wet is not a horrible thing. Except once you get back inside. So. Let's see, getting everything ready over here. I guess we're going to go pop into episode 7 here in just a part of a minute. Hey, we go a little faster here. We take a little longer of a break when we go ahead and hit the next break, right? That's what I'm thinking anyway. Long stream. That's it. I mean, we're already 6 episodes in. Bearing in mind the first episode's equivalent to 3. That means it's essentially equivalent to having gone ahead and watched 8 episodes roughly right now. In other words, this is lengthwise in time. This is pretty much the halfway point of the season, but not by the actual episode count. Depends on how you choose to look at it. If you ever want a water gun fight, don't use bushes as cover. Oh, yeah, I could see that one. Just might not work as well as you want right there. Okay, everybody. Let's go ahead and jump into episode 7. So everyone in 3, 2, 1. Go. Episode 7. It's a good two-parter, and the third piece is a good one too. You know, not to the caliber of these two, but still. So I definitely bet that Crosshair does not have the chip in here as far as this two-parter, especially given that his head burn happens during the course of this. I'm assuming the chip was out before here. Battle scars. And this is where we go ahead and come in and bring in Ruby, right? Ruby, yes, I think I got the name right. Yeah. The little thing where you could forget it, and then Ruby pops back in and later in the season. Yeah, it's just kind of a little fun intro until we see Ruby again later. Now you're catching on. And there's those two again right there. Rex back in the corner. And see, things like this are good too. You know, we clearly make you aware a little more of things that are going on outside of the episodes we've seen, which makes it feel like there's more involved rather than as if what we see is all that exists. So small. Dying. All of the armor right underneath, right there. But see, that outfit also matches up with what we saw too. I hope. I think that's also why I think we'll see Trace and Rotham more easily than Rex. I forgot we actually had confirmed that in this episode. And it's been a while. Good questions come before answers. Well, it's not fair, but too bad. In English, or in this case, in Basic. Nice planet designs. Look at that. Should rank all the planets from Bad Batch too. That would be a different list right there. I'm not even going to talk about ranking all the planets in Clone Wars. Ooh, boy. They may be far better visually detailed here, but so many planets. This at least is manageable. So you think Rex still puts more marks on the helmet on occasion? Or I think he's done making marks on there. Oh yeah, let's go past one of our obvious setup pieces here in a moment. That record couldn't resist that kind of a bad joke, right? Yep. All your scrap. So many ships during the course of the Clone Wars, right? I don't want to hear where this is going, right? No kidding, right, Sailor X? How you wonder how the monsters end up inside these ships? Yeah. Ow. It's also funny how the helmets pops off on certain occasions. Certain occasions, nah, it's fine. But yeah, no, I've got to assume you're really. We made a swamp comment. I mean, it's kind of just the water on the planet as a whole, and this is just an indigenous creature that's there. So as you have more and more just sinking into this different swamp land around the planet, that'd be my assumption, right? I mean, we're not talking about the kind of thing that we saw on the Death Star, where that creature is actually part of the waste disposal technique, right there. I mean, I guess that could be part of what's going on here too. Maybe the Scrapper Guild purposely uses this to start breaking down some of the metals and things that aren't valuable enough to go ahead and use otherwise. Maybe their excrement or something else is useful to them too. Speaking of the obvious. So what do you think, Sailor? Indigenous creature to the planet, or do you think it's something the Scrapper Guild is intentionally using to break down ships? Or something else? Maybe there's a third option in there. You not have that worry a little bit there, right? Yeah, you think the Scrapper Guild uses them. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. It's interesting, Rex's comment there, right? Very few. His wording would argue that he knows other clones that were, which Gregor probably would be clearly one of them. But even then, the way he says it argues for more than just him, more than just Gregor being immune to it. It's like the piece we've been building up to episode after episode as we've all were waiting for this as we were getting to this point. Bash the side of his head a few times. Maybe we'll reset it. More than a little nerve-wracking, that. It's like, even though we didn't draw this out over multiple episodes or anything like that, it's like, yeah, the effect that would still have. Ever popular fake out. Well, he doesn't want to. Can't quite do it. friendship right there, right? Man, can you imagine that series finale if Omega's actually with them on our Operation Valkyrie or something of that nature? Actually has to watch them die bit by bit. You know, Omega being who she is, and also having such an awareness of those chips, it really helps with being able to come to terms with all of that right there. Something would be interesting to see somewhere off in the future is why Rex really left the fight. Why you had Rex, Gregor, and Wolf just head off into nowhere, essentially. I don't think Bad Batch will really be able to cover that. Somewhere later on down the line. Seven episodes later. Dun dun dun. To be continued. I think we've only used it to be continued once during the season, right? I think. Even if we have things that are definitely multi-parters. Now, in fairness, this two-parter does have a clear separation to it, which is also true about 8, 7 and 8 versus 9 in that sense too, I suppose. But yeah, you can definitely go either way in talking about that. As to whether it's truly a 3-parter or just 3 very connected episodes in an arc that are incredibly super connected. For that technically being a multi-parter. I think I'd call it a multi-parter. Personally. Thought would be the way I'd go on that one. Okay, kill this timer right here. Give me time to roll on to the next one here shortly. So you're ready to roll on to episode 8, Reunion. Maybe not the most cheerful reunion, that. Hey, reunions anyway. Nice big image of a flamethrower there. One of our... Yeah. Considering the last use of a flamethrower in the show, it's like, oof. So we'll start up here in a few minutes. Keep our ahead of schedule pace going. Scally said that's probably your favorite episode so far. Yeah. And the only one I'd be comparing it to is the first episode. And it's always hard to compare the first episode to everything because it's so much bigger an episode. There's so much more happening in it. It also has to deal with setup, though, a fair bit. But yeah, I think I'd say 7 is my favorite of the first 7 episodes. I think I'd agree there. So of the front half of the show, I would definitely agree with you on that one. But hey, we get so many more of the best episodes yet to come, right? I mean, we've got episode 8 next. We'll jump into 14 and 15 later. And then 16, which, given what we've been doing 14 and 15, I'm assuming 16 is going to keep up the same high caliber as the 2 episodes before. I'm not saying it'll be my favorite over top of those, but I am guessing it will keep up a high caliber because we've been on such a good note there. They put a lot of emphasis into the writing of certain pieces of here. Really, the opening episode arc, however you want to call it, the big 70-minute, this mid-season section, and then the end. Those are the 3 big pieces here of Bad Batch, and the best of the season too, frankly. And to allowed us to have time to ebb and flow in between, so we had that time so we could let things taper down a little bit and then ratchet it all back up to these episodes. And the Fallen Order Easter egg, when you first watched. Yes. Nice. There are a lot of Easter eggs in and around this show. I think I've caught most of them. Not sure if I said I'm entirely possible that I've missed some, but certainly Filoni loves tossing in Easter eggs. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. That is for sure. 100% for sure right there. Falsero. Okay. Let's see. So we'll get going here on episode 8 here in, let's give it another 10 seconds. Grab everything, get my timer and everything ready. Okay, so it's time for a reunion. Not exactly a happy reunion, but reunion. So let's go in 3, 2, 1, go. Episode 8. Star Wars. The Bad Batch reunion. Back to Camino. It's always this dark thunderstorming when we're looking at Camino in here, right? We don't get all our nostalgic music about Camino here. That'll be later. It's an interesting conversation between the two of them, between Rampart and the Prime Minister. What is it that Rampart was pissed off about there? Something that was being held back from him. Bit of Crosshair's theme in there. Omega's EOD training. Yes. And now I'll actually act like this is a live one here. Fun. I'm not crazy. Oh. Reason number 507 why Wrecker's such a fun character. I will say, I hope season 2 breaks Echo and Tech out a little bit more than we've seen here in season 1. Because they certainly are the most underdeveloped here. That was a gunny move, Wrecker. I love how Wrecker played it so far, though, too. Even to the point of running from it. That's it, yeah. That explosive was real, too. Actually, with that line right there, that creature was not brought by the scrappers. Because we're talking about the Dianoga, right? It's like, yes, take Wrecker to a weapons, to an armory. I mean, that's birthday party time for Wrecker right there. So I guess it was a Dianoga also over back in A New Hope. But not there intentionally, I guess. It made its home in there. uh, Episode 8, Mikhail. So almost up to 9, but on to 8 currently. So close. Yeah, currently reunion. Not the best person to ask this question here. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you wish. Damn it. I was controlling this over here and making sure that Omega didn't get brought back. Oh, you're going to go pull more people, are you? Man, I love this show of force with all the troopers here. The haziness, the dark. It's a beautiful shot. Yeah, 3 shoot. Or frail. I mean, if you got a curse on YouTube, right? Frel, frack, what the Hasmata? After all, YouTube doesn't care about that. Actually, most people don't care about that if you say those. Wonder what random thing. Cursing in a foreign language, does that matter to it? Now, I try to avoid cursing for anybody who cares, and well, also for the algorithm that cares. Personally, as far as my life is concerned, I have no issue whatsoever with cursing, but curse words. Words are words. You can use other things in that place too, so. But see, that's her right there again. That is the one of the elite squad members that we hear from the most. Again, that's got to be S02 again right there. Haven't heard her voice just recently, looking at episode 15 too. No, I was going to say, Darscal, I see that message that you just put up there. The last one I saw from you before that was your one about the Fallen Order Easter egg, which has been a few minutes ago. So, nothing else I've seen. I said, feel free to say it again, though. I was going to say, nothing wrong with the chat that I know of. Let's put it that way. If YouTube has a bug or bugs out on a second. Nothing else I can say on that, though. Sadly. Wrecker. One of the things in this, it's like Crosshair is good at knowing how his former, allies, his former comrades actually go ahead and fight and how they work. But they're not good at changing up their own tactics to try to avoid doing what Crosshair would expect them to do. Huh. Weird, Darcia. As far as live streaming, I don't think much of that is taken out, actually. As I said, when it comes to normal things, some, like comments down below videos, some of that will get held and I'll have to approve it or not, but I don't think much in terms of live does. Even if so, I'd imagine I'd get to see it. So. Does anyone really care? But yeah, pretty sure not much should get pulled as far as the live is concerned. Yeah, see, because I'd have because there's a checkbox here in the settings for holding potentially inappropriate chat messages for review in the live chat, which I actually do not have. I do it for the comments. I don't actually have it marked for the live chat. One could argue maybe I should or not, but even then it would just hold it for review. So, not what happened here. Yeah. Could just be YouTube bugging out. Crosshair would do that. Again, I definitely make the argument that Crosshair doesn't have the chip in even at this point in time, right? Or do you think he does, and it's that instigation that leads to him taking it out? I don't know. Actually, Crosshair is willing to do what needs to be done, shall we say. Do what must be done. As he sees it, anyway. Man, the action in this episode, right? I love that Cad Bane just took out all of them. Oh, this music. Love it. These pieces in here too. It's an interesting bonus point on the toothpick. Cad Bane, toothpick this Crosshair, toothpick on this side here, huh? Although I suppose, actually, from your perspective, would it... There we go. Yes, from your perspective, Cad Bane, Crosshair, toothpicks. If a single member died before the whole finale, does Crosshair count? If so, I think we could do that. But assuming we don't count Crosshair, I think you take out either Echo or Tech. Probably Tech, really. Echo has more backstory and history for us to care about, so you'd probably go Tech. But you could do Echo in the same spot. They're the least defined of the characters, and then you wouldn't have them duplicating each other in certain ways. Sailor Ice. Wonder how Cad Bane versus Vader would go down. Not very well for Cad Bane. Be a fun fight, but that would be one of those. How do you get the heck out of that fight? That would really be Cad Bane's, as far as a victory is concerned, is escaping. Oh, Skylar's saying only because someone who worked on it said they're crying when editing the finale. Yeah. Well, I mean, the destruction of Camino could have done that too if you're talking about the episode before. It's a two-part finale, right? But no, Crosshair could certainly die here. I mean, prior to the twist we had on him, I thought that was a decent possibility that he would. But that changes things a little bit. But again, taking out Echo or Tech would make it so you don't have two characters that we're kind of letting fade into the woodwork, and maybe we'd be able to build up the other one. So if we were going to do that, you could go one of those two ways. By the way, this music and credit music here, this is one of, well, only 2 episodes at this point that actually has a different set of end credit music on it. Which I think is incredibly intriguing. But yeah, no, it's interesting you're saying crying while working on the finale. But as I said, if it was the first part, you could say it was more in reference to what happened on Camino. And there are other reasons that could pull that kind of emotion without having to kill off one of our major characters, so too. So, hard to say. Hard to say. Certainly a few reasons that can lead to that kind of result, shall we say. Let me get the timer pulled out, because we'll be getting ready to jump into the next one here shortly. I don't know. Real question is, what reason, someone crying, right? Is it someone like Crosshair dying? Someone like Tech or Echo? Sailor X Hunter definitely has a healing factor. Definitely seems that way, that's for sure. Definitely seems that way. I mean, another possibility, if we're going to talk deaths, and I don't think our crew is really the best answer, I would say Nala Se. I think Nala Se is definitely somebody who could die in the finale as well. Maybe we bring her in there trying to rescue her or something. We get the interaction between Omega and Nala Se dies. I mean, that could certainly get you that reaction because it would be the two of them. You could do something like that. I really don't think that's happening in the finale. I'd assume we won't see Nala Se really again up until season 2 sometime. That's my guess. Not sure though. Let's see, Scal. Oh, before I leave the finale, I should wait and see if there's an after credit scene. Agreed. Always check for the after credit scenes, just in case. Just in case there's one there. You never want to miss one of those. I mean, that's just sad to miss one of those, right? Give it a minute or two and we'll start into episode 9. We'll finish up this mid-season 3-parter. Get ourselves a little bounty hunter action going on. So at this point, what do we think? Do we think we're looking at a live-action Cad Bane versus Boba Fett flashback in Book of Boba? Is that the thought? I mean, we could still do a flashback once we introduce Boba Fett to Bad Batch as a show. We could still go ahead and do a flashback here within the show to that fight as well. So what do people think now? Because we've had this debate before, but now that we're as far through Bad Batch as we are, any new thoughts? It's like certainly a question I have going on there. Lots of possibilities. But, at any rate, gonna get some more water here before we jump into 9. Let's see. Narscal, to be honest, surprised that Natalia. Oh, Natalia. Yeah, that's it. No, I said she hasn't been watching Bad Batch. I said I'm the big Star Wars fan, so. So she has not watched Clone Wars or Rebels or any of Bad Batch. She has watched Mandalorian with me, though. So, I hope. yep. There's your answer on that one. So no, she hasn't seen any of it. Which means she's not going to jump in here randomly either, for that matter. There'll be a way. I'll have her come join for the finale, having not watched any of Bad Batch or Clone Wars or Rebels. And you can have a reaction of, how does this work for somebody who's not seen any of that? Ah, yeah. Is what it is. At least we're both big MCU fans. So, it's good there. Anyway, let us get ready for episode 9 here. So this is Bounty Lost, our third part, our bounty hunter fight episode. So everybody, let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. But yeah, maybe in the future sometime. One doesn't know what the future may hold. Find out sometime in the future, right? Hey, we got other things coming up. We got some Book of Boba, Mandalorian, all kinds of goodies. We're about 10 minutes ahead, Darscal. That's why I said it was approximate start time. So, yeah, we're about 10 ahead. So we'll get a little longer of a break because of that. We'll catch back up a bit there. Gotta have that quick piece to show the Bad Batch and gives a little action to start with and also finishes handling things. You really could have started here. Didn't need the action, I don't think, at the beginning of the episode. It's all good. I was getting your emails, yes. I think I responded to at least a couple of them there, Darscal. I didn't see anything more recently than the last one where he said it would be a few days, so... It's like, yeah, I think the last one I saw from you was you saying you'd be sending me another one soon. Poor Shanwei. As is somebody we actually knew from the movies. Yeah, I don't think she's going for that. Oh, no worries, Darskel. If you have to get to work, you gotta get to work. I mean, that's definitely how it goes right there. No need to worry about apologizing for that right there. It's gullible. Fennec Shan Jobberfield. Engage. Jobberfield. Boba. But yes, the end of the first gen. Oh. Just warm down right there. Yeah. Always loved Toto, by the way. But see, isn't this cool? Up in the sky here and the ocean there. It's like, how many other worlds do we have the Kaminoans on? How many other cloning facilities are there out there somewhere? Bonus point question. Does the Empire know about this facility? Because I very much think we might bring this facility back in somewhere in the future. And we went through all the work of showing its existence here. Really just for one episode? Or do you think it'll come back in season 2 sometime? Oh, Darscal, this is definitely my comment here. Why is Marvel releasing Star Wars and Marvel the same day? I don't know why Disney's doing it. We had Marvel on Wednesdays, Star Wars on Fridays. It's clear, it's straightforward. And now they just said screw it. For reasons completely unknown to me. Which annoys the heck out of me. The first time we're going to run into a problem here is in another few weeks at the end of August, where we'll have the Disney Gallery Mandalorian piece that focuses on Luke, and at the same time, we'll have another new episode of What If. It'll be the 4th episode of the What If. And then starting at, I think, around the 7th episode of What If is when Vision starts appearing. And there are 4 more What Ifs on that, as we're starting to go through that. So, I don't know. It's a bloody mess. Essentially means, I guess I'll, as far as live streaming is concerned, I guess I'll live stream one and then live stream the other afterward. Try to make a guess for how long it's going to take, even though I don't know episode lengths and stuff. I don't know. It's a bloody mess. Incredibly unhappy to have seen that one going on. Yeah, I think they're screwing themselves. I mean, Star Wars and Marvels are their 2 big draws, so I don't know. And no, I haven't fully decided how the heck to handle it on this end yet. Yes, Sailor. So you're saying you don't think Rampart has a clue of it. That's what I thought too. So again, I think we'll see it in season 2. That's called Goodbye, Nalase. I doubt they would, Darscal. They've been releasing everything, well, at midnight Disney time, shall we say. Very beginning of the day, so I doubt they'd start releasing at a different time. They could do it. I'd accept that. I mean, at least that means I don't have to figure out what to do at what time. Still be annoying. Go, Toto. Fabian, you asked the big questions here. What do I expect in the finale? I mean, clearly we're having the Bad Batch get off Camino, but the real question is what's taking up most of the bulk of the episode, because I'm unsure exactly where it's going. I mean, dealing with Crosshair a little bit might touch on in there, or we could leave him entirely out of it until next season if we wanted to. But yeah, it's an interesting question on exactly what does. We could potentially have a rescue mission that goes in to go ahead and try to save some Kaminoan scientists. We could do that. We could go ahead and bring in the Martez sisters to go and help and assist with that. Maybe we're going to go ahead and head... Well, I don't know. It's just called I'm not entirely clear on what to expect out of the finale, to be honest, which feels weird. I figured for sure I knew what to expect here, and I don't know. Just am not entirely sure about what to expect for there. It's like, I'll admit, what I thought was going to happen has already been screwed around with a little bit, because I didn't think we would finish wrapping up the Camino portion the way we have and as quickly as we have. So, yeah, I don't know. And as I said, maybe we'll go back to Darrow. I mean, we could have a mission to Darrow to go ahead and try to slow down things over there, too. I mean, that could be. We could end on that back there. Scout, let's see. Yeah, as I said, it'd be nice if it was back on Fridays. As I said, my bigger problem is just having both at the same time. But yeah. Mikhail. No, Natalia's not here. It's Bad Batch. So, as I said, I'm the big Star Wars fan. She's not. I mean, she's been watching Mandalorian with me, but not Bad Batch. She hasn't seen Clone Wars or Rebels either. So, yep. Far, far worse. Episode 9 there, Mikhail. Episode 9. 16 and a half minutes in. Sailor, you go, massive rescue mission. I don't think Wolf will come in here, though, on this one. Rex, Gregor, Marchetta's sisters, Fennec, sure, all are possible. No, this is episode 9, Scal. Bounty lost. Episode 10, we slow things down again for a moment. Although I swear episode 10 is going to lead into the Antar atrocity later, maybe season 3. That's my guess, but maybe season 2. It's possible. Either way. I love the fight between the two. Darth Malik there, Scal? I'm not sure why we're bringing Malik randomly. And I think always cool reasons. I'd love to go back far enough so we could actually see people like Darth Malik and whatnot. Go back into those kind of time frames would be fun. Mikhail, you say I have long hair and should cut it? I see. Apparently not a fan of the long hair, huh? It makes you rare. A hint for something, eh, Scal? Interesting. Hint for something do or do not-ish? Something of that nature? Fabian, you see, you'll have to catch it later. Understood. Gotcha. Well, we'll go ahead and see you here a little bit later in the future. So definitely pop back in, and I'll be here for the next few hours still. Next 4.5 or so. You know, some exceptions taken for break, but the stream will still be live even there. Just one of those good shots with the wrecker up here reaching down through the hole. It's a good shot. For litter bite. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean there, Mikhail. Litter bite. Oh, no worries, Mikhail. It can be late at night. I said, understood. For me on my side, you know, the new ones come out at midnight, but some places you're talking 3 in the morning, 4. It's like, oof. So, yeah. Don't you worry about that. A little better. You might be right, Scout. Maybe that's what it was. Gotta admit, litter bite was clearly seemed typo-ish of something, but couldn't tell what it was supposed to be. I don't have to worry about Lamasu sending any more bounty hunters now. Yeah, Mikhail, I think you said that in a previous stream. So I said, nothing to worry about or anything. As I said, it is typo. Not sure what it means otherwise, you know? Nothing wrong about that. And the end of Bounty Lost. Thousand showers will never make Fennec feel clean again. Indeed, Sailor X. Oh, man. You wonder about some of the other projects they've got sitting in there. It's like, definitely, I wonder about some of those things. And again, I bet that it will pop back in. Season 2, we're going to go back there to our Sky cloning facilities. Could be wrong. See if I'm right or wrong on that one. And Kaylee said, why am I wearing long shirts? I mean, they're actually short sleeve shirts, so. So yeah, not sure on the question. I mean, I've got my R2 shirt here, so which hopefully comes through decently, and I don't think the green screen's screwing with it too much. But yeah, I've got that one on, so it's cool. I had figured I'd wear that one here today. Okay, so I'm gonna be popping off here. Take a break. This is our in between episodes 9 and 10 break. Really only one other real break coming up later, which will be our break between, well, the episode 15 and the finale itself. We'll take a quick break, pop back in. It probably won't drop early, but just in case. So we will have a break there as well. And yeah, we're a little ahead of schedule, so the break gets to be a little longer, so everybody who needs to go ahead and grab snacks, go ahead and use a restroom, etc., 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 this will be your chance. Might still reconvene, yeah, a little bit earlier, but we got a nice break here since we're ahead of schedule. So there will be a timer running down, that way y'all know when I will be back. So, you needn't worry about that. And yeah, let's see. Before I go, feel free to post anything in there here in the moment, and we can talk about that before I go ahead and dash it off. Let's see. Yeah, the new episode later. Scal's got a Star Wars shirt on there too. Nice. Tell what's said, but if you move, oh, we still got all that cold water. Well, hey, here's a chance to go ahead and dry off here for a bit too when we take that break, right? But yeah, definitely a chance to get yourself some food or whatever else. Here's a good chance in case that's the right time of day for you. Okay, so with all that said, I will be back in a bit. Feel free to dash away for a little bit. Come on back. Timer will be going down, so you'll be able to see it there. I might pop back before that. That's always possible, but yeah, we got a little longer break just because we were moving ahead of schedule, and so hopefully everyone likes that. So yeah, and then we'll be pretty much back on schedule once we come back, I think. So that'll be nice. Okay, everyone. So I'm going to go take off myself and see you in a little bit. Well, hello there and welcome back. Okay. Welcome back. Oh. Let's see, and hello there to Retro Christmas. Interesting random comments. Oh, okay. Polynesian Spa. There we go. Star Wars equivalent of a Polynesian Spa, huh? So, nice good break. Hopefully everybody had a good chance to get some water, get some snacks, some treats, whatever you need to go ahead and take advantage of there. Because we are back. Get things like the timer ready and whatnot, so we're ready to go ahead and roll with the next episode here. So yes. We are through 9 out of 15 currently available episodes. You know, if you count the first one as 3, then essentially you could say we're roughly 11 out of 15 current episodes, or 11 out of 16 total, in that sense. Well, not bad. Actually, if I'm saying that, it would be more like 11 out of 17 or 18, but point being. So, time-wise, I guess we're near 2/3 of the way through the season in terms of the amount of time spent watching. So we are definitely getting there. Let's see, Darscal. Has anyone ever told me that my laugh sounds exactly like George Lucas's laugh? No, I actually have not ever heard that. That's interesting. I was going to say, now that you say it. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I can see that a little bit. And I have to look at something again. Now that I've got that in my head. Interesting. That's kind of cool, actually. Pull up episode 10 here, so it's up and ready to roll. We'll start this one on time for the schedule. We'll be back on scheduled time right there. Again, it's approximate start time, so if we start a little earlier, it's fine. If we start a minute or two later than any of those times, it's fine. No big deal one way or the other. After all, we can move a little faster, maybe get a little more time at some point. As otherwise, right now, I think episode 15 will finish up more like 11, well, I should say 15:20 before the hour. And the new final episode probably will debut on the hour, because that's what we've been tending to see. So I would expect that probably will be true here too. And so yeah, get my headphones on, get ready to drop into 10. Again, episode 10, fine episode. Again, I really think it's a setup to see Antar Atrocity later, and this is our first little piece that will lead back to that later. And even in every other sense, it's a nice touch on the other things we had on with character development of some of our characters over there, some of our talking about Sid and Omega back over on Orb Mantell as well. It was a nice bit of that. Certainly, one would say it's one of the more fillery feeling episodes, no doubt about that at all. And in fairness, it's probably bottom half of the episodes of the season, even though it's a fine episode, nothing wrong with it at all. So, just something's got to be in there. Well, anyway, let's get ready to go watch episode 10. So everybody has it up, and then we're going to go ahead and go with a 3, 2, 1, go. Common ground. What common ground will you find with the Separatists today? Former Separatists. Still would be cool if some other former Separatists popped in. We really could do a better job than Clone Wars did, actually, for showing heroes on both sides, shall we say. After all, if you think about it, a good bit of the rebellion pops out of the former Separatist worlds in the first place. But yeah, the Clone Wars show didn't show that side of things too much. But Bad Batch certainly has the chance to if they want. Oh, is that who's doing his voice? Really? Oh, interesting. I did not catch that. I didn't look it up either. Yeah, you're saying it. I can hear that in there. It's like I'm not used to anything he's really done since DS9, though. So really, it's Alexander Siddig, huh? Huh. It's like, yeah, I can hear it in that voice. Nice. Sorry, I don't know if I said it so anyone that's not looking at the comments. The point being is Sailor X mentioned that our separate senator, Avi Singh over here, is played by, oh shoot, what is Dr. Bashir, the actor's name? So, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, point being. Alexander Siddig. So that is a cool little detail right there. Cool detail. But yeah, I don't know what he's been up to since DS9. I don't think I've run into him. I'm going to assume he's been guest starring here and there. Has he had any other big roles since? I will say I expect to see him pop into Season 2, probably. Because I don't think it's the end of seeing people like this senator in here. I love always having the Mantel mix in there, huh? She needs a break, or you need a break from worrying there, huh? I love that we essentially use tech to get some of these lines out in this exposition. Then we have Sid or somebody else cut them off. Don't care, don't want to know. And sometimes that it's giving details that we just really don't care about at all. But so it just fits as who he is. Make her learn the art of shaming from Wrecker. Of shamming, sorry, not shaming. Scamming? Shamming? Shamming. Yes, you're right. Shamming. Okay, interesting. You know, this is amusing from Hunter. Talking about then following orders shouldn't be a problem. Of course, we've clearly established the Bad Batch is horrible at following orders in the first place, right? We even talked about that in the first episode between him and Crosshair a couple times in there. Even more for Echo, just with what they did to him, right? Back to the comment of beautiful landscapes here. I like you. Man, just look at all those different machines in the background. Are they all different slot machines, or do you got other things back there in Sid's bar? If that was the problem. Probably the only two people that would actually care at all about the reaction, right? funny. I mean, I'll admit, this action sequence is relatively straightforward, but I enjoyed it. It's well executed. And it has some fun stuff later in what we do, which you don't usually get to see. But I love the detail even in these bushes, right? Yeah, the ivy up the trees and the walls. We've got these bigger red bushes and these tinier blue looking ones. It's like just the work into that, which you would not have seen in one of the previous shows as much. Not to mention not as detailed on top of it. That's whether we'll see this planet again, to see Raxner again somewhere in the future, I don't know. Hmm. Wonder what the end cut she got was. Think she was able to pull off 50? Yeah. Food break their scale, I hear ya. Food's important. I mean, if you gotta time it during these couple episodes, sure. Ones that are a little, not as big. would be my least favorite episode? I was going to say, I think 13 might probably be sitting there. Not that I dislike it or anything. I don't dislike any of them. But probably 4 or 13. Like that. Yeah, I love this portion of the action sequence here. It's like that's what makes the action sequence far more unique, is where we go with all this. I love the different clone troopers just being thrown out of the vehicle on the way past. Just some basic CTs right there. Sailor, why do Imperial naval officers have to be so evil? It's like they forgot what Old Republic ideals were all about. You assume they were ever a big fan of the Old Republic ideals in the first place. Bear in mind, the Republic didn't have a big standing military. So if you're talking about the naval officers, they didn't come from some background in the same sense of being naval officers during the Republic. They might have been part of local militias in and around, because what happened back in the Republic time is that a number of different systems had their own militaries, but the Republic as a whole did not. So maybe they came from some of those different areas. Maybe they were recruited during the course and rose up. So bear in mind, they would be coming up during a war. That's probably where a lot of their experience comes from. And they're getting promoted and chosen based on Palpatine and other people involved there that are probably in alignment with Palpatine as to his ideals and what he wants for officers. And Palpatine knows where his end goal is. So, yeah, I would say that would be the first piece. But beyond that, again, people would rather keep their livelihood than not. There's a big piece of that. And things can go slowly. Progress from one section to the next where you can be doing things in the end that you never would have done at the beginning, because you worked toward it bit by bit. So I think probably a combination of things like that, if I had to say. I mean, your comment could be things like this, right? The ever popular one would be to head over to how could Nazis go ahead and commit things like genocide, blah, blah, blah. It's not that they're bad people inherently. Just normal people. You keep pressing to that point. How about American generals not massacring Native Americans? Same general point. It's not that they're inherently bad people necessarily. Bear in mind, we're also otherizing the enemies, etc., etc. Things like that also help too in going ahead and create these realms. I do think we'll pop back in on Ryloth later in the show. And that's just one of the other spots I think we'll go later. Not necessarily season 2. It could be a season 3. I think we'll get to go there and we'll get to see Sham's wife die. You know, her mother. Can't think of her name off the top of my head right now. Whoops. But I'm guessing we'll see that. This planet could appear in the Mandalorian. Yeah, definitely Raxnor could appear. Or maybe you mean Ord Mantell now that we're back here. Either way, definitely possible. Might be the better question after having watched her just do what? End of episode 10. And now, it's time to head off to Ryloth for a couple episodes. But let's see. So talking about those favorite episodes, if we're looking at 1, 7, 8, 14, 15, probably this next couple, 11, 12, it's about 7 episodes. Probably the finale is going to be in amongst that. That'll be 8. So yeah, that's probably pretty solidly the top half then out of 16 episodes. That only... So yeah. So I do think I could tell you my top half just by mentioning that without individually getting to the point of ranking them all against each other. I mean, the arc that surprised me the most for whether it would exist was running over to Ryloth like we're about to. Had no expectation that was going to go pop up here. Or that would take our focus off of the Bad Batch as much as we did. Pleasantly surprised. Also says that, yeah, as I've said before, that the show is willing to tell other stories that are not just completely Bad Batch focused. Which opens up our storytelling possibilities for future seasons. Definitely looking forward to what else that might end up doing. Obviously, we'll work the Bad Batch into both episodes, at least a little bit in the first one, and more significantly in the second one. But even then. Even then. Okay, so a few minutes and we'll go ahead and start up episode 11. Devil's Deal. Let me get the timer reset here too. So everything will be ready here in a moment. Hey, we got 13 likes on the video. This is what I can see on this side. I have found that it can tell different numbers, so it's always funky. So definitely thank you everybody who's been popping in so far, who's been clicking the like, who's been participating in the chat, or even just watching. I said thank you to everyone. I said always appreciate it. Always love having you talk in the chat, so I have people to talk with too, so we can interact. I said makes it that much more enjoyable on this side here too. So thank you all. Anyway, we're working our way there. Less than 3 hours, and it will be finale time. We're part 2 of the finale, depending on how you want to look at it. Let's see. Sailor, you said setting up for Hera and Omega serving together in the New Republic. Yeah, I wonder too. The weirdness is if Omega is force sensitive, it becomes tricky. So, yeah. We just have to figure out how she's been there until we get to the New Republic, you know, where she's been hiding out or why we don't know about her. Because we seem to be getting involved in early starts to the rebellion and whatnot. And so it's an interesting trick as to how you bring somebody like Omega all the way off into the New Republic. But I do think that's probably where we're going. While I expect the Bad Batch to go ahead and die by the end of the series, I don't think Omega does. I think Omega makes it out into our live action shows, and that she'll appear in one of them at some point. Which one, I don't know, but that's my guess. Dr. Stephen Arlen, time at the beginning of the episode and brought snacks. Nice. Time to go watch our Ryloth 2-parter right here. So we're in between our little fillery kind of episodes. We get a Ryloth arc, then we get a filler, and then we hit our 3-part finale, which is really what I'm going to call it. I know they call it a 2-part finale with these last two, which are very much a to be continued between them. But it's essentially a to be continued between 14 and 15 too, considering Hunter getting captured and all. Which, yeah. But, yeah, anywho. Really another 3-parter, just in the same way that our mid-season thing is essentially a 3-parter, although it's kind of a 2-parter with an extra piece attached on the end section of it, instead of the before section. Let's see. So, about time to get rolling, right? So everybody get your episode 11 Devil's Deal up and ready, and we will be going ahead and starting that. So, ready in 3, 2, 1, go. What you say there, Dr. Stephen Harlan? Let's see, it's a marathon and don't have to stare into bright lights all the time. Yes. I could do without the bright lights. Oh, I could definitely do without them. It's an interesting thing to have to do that. It's a little more taxing. And also it's also the interesting trick. I turned the screen brightness up for it, of course, but even then, some of the dark scenes can be a little trickier than I'd like them to be. Man, I've said it a time before, I'll say it time again. I'm just marveling at how nice the animation is throughout here, especially when we see planets and locations that we've seen before back in Clone Wars. And this was way back in Clone Wars. This is season 1 of Clone Wars at the end that we were at Ryloth. So the quality compared to that is such night and day right there. Here's a question. How much does he really believe he speaks for the people? I can't wait to see Hauser and how he probably figures into the Clone Rebellion eventually. And you just get to all that fighting, and then you get the freedom, only to have it turn into the Empire on you. Welcome back to our Scal. We're just headed off to Ryloth here, so episode 11. That music's an interesting callback somewhere. I'm trying to think of what it's reminiscent of specifically, but I'm catching it there. Something on the clones, probably. The Republic. Yeah, other interests like that. Well, hello there, Spontaneous. Currently on episode 11 as we marathon our way as we wait for the finale to go air. Finale will be airing in about 2.5 hours. So yeah, episode 11 right now. Over on Ryloth. And about 5 minutes in. Jeez. I love the Gobi's doing that too. It's like, oh, it's such a violation of your friend right there. You involve their family like that? Eek. I have a bonus point question. Fingernails on our different Twi'leks right there are the same color as their skin. But even in the section of what would be the dead part of the nail going out, do they paint the dead part of their nails going out, or are they just... Interesting question. Kind of random, I know, but... Sailor X. Choppers is pre-cussing like a sailor days. Yeah. we need to go talk to Gobi right there. I love the ship just in the background here. Why is it still there, though? Why doesn't it get moved away? I just love that. That's so much to Hera right there. But yeah, I look forward to seeing the relationship between Hera and her father, Hera and Cham. They're really sour, probably, when we see them in 2 or 3, whichever season. And we've determined what the interests of Ryloth are, so we don't need your input on that. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So horrible. It's like, as you can see how transparent Gobi is there, really just trying to go ahead and influence Hera, influence Cham really through his own daughter. Not the hardest part of the job. We'll have someone else do that. Or as people have referred to it, controlled crashes. As it all goes wrong soon, huh? And these chairs turn, they're really fun. Ooh. Just don't want to be a pilot. But soon. Soon. Especially draws your attention when you're already being tracked for other reasons anyway, right? You gotta try telling Tech that, huh? Interesting ship design that is. What a mess. I mean, if this episode is Hera and Cham's episode, let's say, the next episode is more like Hera and Hauser's episode. That's where Hauser actually starts having some issues and actually says them out loud. It's like it's more than Hauser just having issues. It's that he actually says it, and that's such an extra piece beyond right there. Whoa. Talking about falling right into a trap right there. Didn't think that one through. Not sure what they would have done differently, though. It's like, if you know it's a trap, would Cham and Hera have acted any differently? It's pretty sad when you think about it. All these clones that have just spent how long trying to free Ryloth, they're now via their chips and via the control from the Empire anyway, and their superiors are now doing the exact opposite. And now oppressing the very people they were just sent in to rescue a little bit ago. Well, help assist anyway. It's a tragic irony of all this. I love Rampart's response. I was going with those one-liners right there, right? I love how he steps just this little tiny bit away from him just before he gets shot. Really is a good episode, though. Whether people want to complain about seeing Hera, at a younger age or not. In fairness, Rylot is an important place, and Hera's going to be involved in that by being the daughter of Cham, just by virtue of that. Now, that said, if we're going to talk about the fact that there's one heck of a lot of planets throughout the Star Wars galaxy, and we can go tell a lot of different stories, yeah, now that I won't disagree with. I mean, in fairness, Bad Batch has been going around to a number of places, and I hope we keep expanding that, see more stories we don't know anything about. But hey, it's nice to see something about a story we do know something about on occasion, too, and actually see it in the flesh, shall we say. At least this didn't have to retcon anything to do it. At least I don't think it did. Scal, you said, am I any good at doing voices? Evil kind of ones? Maybe, sometimes. Depends. I certainly enjoy it. Whether I'm good at it is a different matter. Two different questions, that. Impressions can be fun. It's not something I ever put a ton of work into, but if we're just talking about voices as a whole, well, that's a different matter. I was going to say, other than just doing stuff, in a brief way for fun, I mean, voice work is not something I've done much. I mean, it's been stage acting. So perhaps. And I do have a deeper voice. See, that helps for evil roles, right? Means I can go even deeper if needed, or whatnot else. But we like making deep voices a more evil thing, relatively speaking. Heck, certainly true in Star Wars too, for that matter. You get James Earl Jones, you know, to go to Vader. So I suppose we started that. Sure. Definitely scale. Definitely, if I had lines that had to do an evil kind of voice, I could do it, sure. Sure, what the character's like. What kind of voice it would actually sound like. Definitely. Definitely. I've been debating, not evil voices per se or anything, but I've been debating the High Republic comics. I actually, I've only read the first few, right, of the one series. Week to week, month to month, one issue just does not work well for me, comics wise, I'll admit. Never grew up doing it, and it doesn't work that well now either. But I've been debating going ahead and reading that, actually. Shoving it up over into freeform Star Wars. Maybe people would have an interest in it. I don't think anyone else has done it for the High Republic comics. Could be wrong. Maybe someone else has. But I've been debating going ahead and doing a reading of that. Putting out each of those. For what it's worth. Speaking of doing voices and lines. Sailor, you do a dead-on Jabba the Hutt voice. Almost said Jabba the Voice Hutt. Maybe a little different. Oh, everybody should be pulling up episode 12 over there, Rescue on Ryloth, because we're about to start into that. You can keep talking. I said, don't let me cut off conversation or anything. Actually, Stephen Harlan, you say you think you have extended cut episodes. They keep ending a minute after us all? Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. I mean, you're watching up on Disney Plus. I mean, that's where I'm pulling them here at the time being. But if you're going through all the localization credits, that'll add a little time. Otherwise, I'm not sure what would add more to it otherwise. But yeah, if it's somewhere other than Disney Plus, is it possible there's something else on the interest side and there's some kind of other credit for someone else or something? Not sure. Anyway, episode 12, Rescue on Ryloth. Hopefully everybody has it up and ready. So we're going to go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go. Was that nothing to do with you starting a minute late? Well, that could do it. That definitely could do it. Well, in that sense, I have, when we're watching the new episodes, I have an extended cut that's usually a few minutes late. It was just a joke, right? No worries. I had me. I thought something weird was going on with your cut or something. Oh, this is so pretty. I love the night view of the city there. We'll once more be the liberator of Ryloth in the future. I love how we go to Hauser for the reaction of the daughter part of that. Here, here. Krauser backs up a little bit. She said a little bit of intimidation there. Uh-oh. Hello there to Christy Kuo. You think Crosshair will sacrifice himself for his brothers? Definitely, that's possible. I think there is a decent chance Crosshair doesn't make it through the finale here. I mean, they're never going to see eye to eye, but I don't think we want to continue on with Crosshair as their enemy, though, either. And that would certainly take care of both of those. And it would be a tragic death, to be sure. The finale will be starting in just over 2 hours. So right now we're marathoning through and we're up on episode 12 of Rescuing Ryloth. But yeah, so just over 2 hours it'll be up. But feel free to join in the marathon beforehand and watch the episodes leading up to it. You know, or I should say watch them once again. Help me clone Omega. You're my only hope. Man, check. So rude. I agree, Christy. Definitely, I would say Disney Plus is definitely worth it. Even if you're only watching Star Wars and Marvel, it's worth it. Even if you're not watching anything else, and there's other good stuff out there too, by the way. But even if it's just for that. I'm sad not to have a second season of The Right Stuff coming up, but... anyway, some of the other ones that are good. Earth to Ned was definitely good. Zenimation, that's 2 seasons. I liked Wordle According to Jeff Goldblum. And some of the Mickey Mouse shorts. Things like that. There's other stuff in there too. Not to mention movies, of course. That look from Omega on that. Oh. Beloved Senator. Oh, be wrecker, all right. Hmm. That doesn't tell you how full of it the Imperials are. She's protecting you, yeah. Uh-oh. What time is it for me? I'm West Coast US, so it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. 2200, whichever way you want to look at that. See, I'm on Disney time over here. You could look at it that way too if you wanted. As it's essentially the accurate case. Because Disney being based out of the West Coast means they actually drop things at the same time for midnight over here. For better or for worse. At least it's only midnight and not later in the morning, like it is over there in Nebraska. And if you're in Nebraska, that means it's either Mountain or Central time for you. So you're Central, yeah, it's on that side of Nebraska. Yeah, that means any of these debuts are 2 in the morning for you. It's like, oof. And if you hit East Coast, it gets 3 in the morning, or Quebec or so, I think it'd be like 4 in the morning. I think Quebec would be 4 in the morning, right? And Newfoundland actually might even be 5 in the morning. I think I might be right on that. Maybe. I was going to say, Europe, at least it's in the morning on the one hand, except for work in terms of Thursday mornings, Friday mornings. Or, sorry, Wednesday and Friday mornings. Yeah, Sailor, you're over there on the East Coast, so 3 a.m. Christy, I agree. I definitely think Shang-Chi is going to be good, too. Of course, I think the MCU kind of has that it's just my expectation for anything that comes out of the MCU nowadays. It's kind of a baseline. It's going to be good and enjoyable. I could be wrong, but I've gotten pretty confident on that baseline for what the MCU will be, which is nice. Definitely looking forward to it, though. I'll be honest, out of the movies that are left, Shang-Chi is actually the one I'm least looking forward to out of the 3, weirdly enough. But not because I'm not looking forward to it, but with Spider-Man, No Way Home, and everything that potentially is in there, and how much I love Spider-Man already, as well as in the Eternals and how that might really change around how we view everything. It's funny, it actually means Shang-Chi is actually 3rd of the next 3 that I'm looking forward to. But super curious where we're going with it too, though. Is the father bad? Well, the father is the Mandarin, so yeah. Yeah. I said the Mandarin, so again, we're talking one of the giant villains. Well, I mean, not Thanos level giant or anything like that, but definitely one of the bigger villains in Marvel right there. Head of the 10 Rings. Yeah. Gonna talk about some issues right there. Like Hauser's gonna convince anybody here, though, right? I mean, how could you trust Hauser? So we so much get to see Hauser and his conflict throughout these 2 episodes, and it's really nicely done. The way the two of them interact. It's, then we can do this. Over to you, Harif. It's a nice echo of where we were before with Hera and Chopper up there watching over it. Hello there, CNC Huff Productions. So it's going to be 11 a.m. for you in a couple hours. So Eastern Europe kind of area there. Yes, only 2 hours. 79 BBY. Well, I know what you're referencing there. That'll probably, if you're waiting till after the finale, probably a little more than 2 hours there. Looking forward to it. Ten in the evening over here, or 2200. Whichever way people look at it, 12 or 24-hour clock. What is the first episode we actually... Oh, no, we already did it, didn't we? Yeah, it's back in 8. Thinking about the first one, we actually see Echo take his... Or, yeah, I think it's taking the helmet off, where we get to see the full mechanism and how it actually works. Which people have really been wondering about before that. Well, yeah, Christy, I mean, that's relatively accurate. I mean, they're siblings, so they're both quote-unquote pure clones of Django, so they're even both from the first generation, beginning and end of the line, Alpha and Omega. So, yeah. And Omega definitely copies Hunter a lot. When she looks to him as a father figure that way. Yeah, no doubt. Scal, the company on the last batch of clones becoming Purge troopers in Fallen Order. Some fun destruction in that scene, by the way. Hello there, Grumpy Dad. Welcome back. Well, we're just finishing up our Ryloth arc, so episode 12, 17 and a half in, so we're getting there. Rampart can't be happy with this happening on his watch. Although, on the other hand, Hauser going ahead and betraying Rampart, essentially turning on the Empire, Rampart's probably not entirely unhappy with that, because that works to his favor in his own argument. Back to your little liners, that I just put in there if I was grabbing some. And he does get rid of some of them. Painful. And I look forward to seeing them more later. Even though I imagine Hazard will die in the Clone Rebellion when it eventually happens. Now, Crosshair couldn't shoot Hauser here. I mean, for two reasons. He needed to see if anybody else actually did follow it, A. But B, if he shot Hauser, he might have had a lot more than just those people to go ahead and turn. Love the music. Shifting into Crosshair's whole section there too, with that little sinister piece. I love a D. Bradley Baker comment, like a coiled snake. Let's see, Christy. I don't quite entirely agree. I mean, I feel bad for Crosshair, yes. But it's not just that he wanted to be with the crew, and, it's not the only reason that he works for the Empire is that he felt left behind. He agrees more with the Empire's mode of thinking in the first place. He always did. Even back in the day when the Republic was still there, he would have thought the Republic was too soft. So, yeah. Thinking they abandoned him doesn't help any, though. But yeah, it's just one of those. They'll never see eye to eye. I love that they went and twisted that and on what we were expecting, so that it wasn't the chip in him anymore. I really do. I really had been thinking about an Ord Mantell finish with Crosshair tracking them down to there at one point. Completely missed that one. Completely missed that guess. And it's a bit of a red herring too, this ending here with Crosshair getting permission to track them down. Because in the end, that's not actually how they get caught. I mean, he does lay a trap for them later, but... Interesting stuff, that. Well, anyway, that was good old episode 12. So now for another filler episode, quote-unquote. Again, in this, like some other Dave Filoni shows like Rebels, I don't think there's anything that's truly filler in this show. And actually, a lot of the other ones have had much more character development and other pieces going on anyway. 13's the only one that doesn't really have much real character development or whatnot going on to go play that edge off on it. But, again, if we don't see any of the people or any of the things that were set up within 13 again, I'll be surprised. I really think we will. As I said, our bat-like creatures, pretty sure we'll see them again. I still think we'll use it as an ambush opportunity somewhere in the future of the show. I still think that's something we're going to do with that. Could be wrong. But that is my bet there. And I said I think we'll probably see our main antagonist, and I think we might see the Pikes again too. So there's a little bit of setup going on in here. One of the things you can do with episodes like this that feel standalone but then later eventually come back. An interesting art that's a lot trickier nowadays when you do shorter seasons that are very, very arcish, very heavy connected that way rather than being so episodic like shows once were. Be a lot trickier to have those little pieces that just, oh, hey, eventually work this thing in. That might have been a one-off, but now it's not. All right, so everybody start getting up your episode 13 ready, because we'll start that here in just a couple minutes. Oh, looks like we got a few people back in and watching as we're getting later in the day here. Always feel free to jump in the chat if you want. Go ahead and post things there during the episodes, in between the episodes. I will definitely try to respond. Hey, we're not too busy yet. It's not like we've got thousands of people in the chat or whatnot, so that means you usually can get it in there and I'll be able to respond. Hey, it's one advantage of a smaller channel, right? Relatively smaller. So there is that. Yes, indeed. It's one of those. See, you don't need to super chat or anything to go ahead and make it so I can see it. I mean, certainly I'd see it if you did, but when it comes to the giant channels, it's not the only way you make sure something gets seen, because there's just too much scrolling by in that chat. Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine trying to deal with a chat that's going by as fast as some of those big channels will have their chats run by. It's like, sorry for asking, but it starts at 1 a.m. For you, it's going to be 2 a.m. So a little under 2 hours from now. But yeah, for you, it would be 2 in the morning. Because it'll be midnight West Coast. So Pacific Standard Time, midnight. Mountain Time, 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 in the morning. And if you're down in London, 8 in the morning? Germany, 9 in the morning. Something like that. Australia, sometime in the late evening, maybe? Nah, not late evening. Australia would be what? Mid-afternoon? Probably mid-afternoon for Australia, right? Someone can go check that up and see how close I am to correct. For Australia, and then, yeah. Everything else even earlier. Okay, everyone, let's get episode 13 on. Looks like you'll be back a little bit later, Christy, as we get closer to that finale. Nice. And you think this episode's setting up Maul in some kind of way here? Think we'll have the Pikes and a little more connection to Crimson Dawn or something, you think? Interesting. Well, anyway, everybody, let's get ready for episode 13, Infested. So, in 3, 2, 1, go. Ah, shoot. Set up the wrong thing for the timer. The timer will be up there in a second. Be one of those late timers that happens to me on occasion. Rarely. It's the only time I screwed it up today, so. There we go. It's accurate on the time, so it'll be good for that. Definitely see you in a bit there, Christy. Yes, that could be. I mean, I could see a possibility that bringing the Pikes in could be used for them all. That's certainly possible. I mean, it's Filoni, so I expect Maul will pop in somehow in the show because Filoni will want to. Just like being Filoni, Ahsoka's somehow going to pop into the show eventually. Somehow on both cases. The trick on both of them is they're incredibly powerful. And we're focused on a group that is not nearly as powerful. Like, we don't have Jedi here like we do in Rebels or Clone Wars. I love we get our little details on a mission they were just on that we don't see. Extra bonus points. And it's just like this one is a bit of payoff for the mission they were coming back from at the beginning of episode 7 back there. Yep. uh, like usual, Sid should like Omega the best, right? Listen, yeah, see what the kid says right there. Omega, patron saint of lost causes. As much as there's plenty of things I enjoy about it, I think it is the weakest episode of the season, though. It's not that it's a bad episode. It's just a decent episode, you know? It's just an adequate, decent episode. Well, Scal, if it does set up certain other things, you never know. We could look more fondly on the episode later, right? If it sets up things like Maul, or maybe Roland becomes more interesting in the future, or etc., etc. Certainly could. Let's see, Scal. If Disney doesn't give Maul his own show, then you will. I don't know. I don't know if Maul gets his own show or if he just appears in someone else's show. I'm not sure how that goes about. See what we say. I'd definitely take a Crimson Dawn show, though. Oh, so easy to lure out Ruby, right? Ooh, food. But again, look at the colors on Ruby we get to see here, which we didn't get to see back at the beginning of episode 7. Sorry for that noise in the background out there. Nothing I can do about that. That's neighbors doing construction stuff, which they do. Pneumatic nail gun or something of that nature. So, running all the air. Let's see, Scal, let's see, with Moll's actor replacement in real life, got in trouble, which we all know about. So it's taking chances of being live. Yeah, it's true. True. Doesn't stop us from being able to see Maul in shows, though. So, that's it. I still think we will see Maul. Could be wrong. Heck, if I'm being honest, it surprised the heck out of me that they actually brought Maul into Solo as a movie. Because you're talking a theatrical movie where people might not have ever seen Clone Wars. Probably the vast majority of the people that saw that movie had never seen Clone Wars, had no idea that Darth Maul was somehow alive after episode 1 and seen him sliced in half. So, therefore, it's surprising that they were willing to actually go ahead and do it and bring Maul in that sense to me. So again, if they were willing to do it there, I think we'll see Maul some more. I love it. Don't worry, we'll catch them and kill them. Murder them cold. Give them cement shoes and drop them in the ocean. Yes, I wonder if the Lando show is going to be a sequel to Solo or not. I both hope it is and hope it isn't at the same time. Because I want the sequel to that, but I also, at the same time, I don't know that I want Lando having to be burdened with that instead of being able to tell a different story about Lando. That's the push-pull I get on the Lando show into what I want it to be. Scal, you're asking about the spin-off show Range to the New Republic. Not that I've heard did it get canceled. I mean, there's a lot of speculation and question on what the heck's going on with it right now, but I've never heard anything that it got canceled. Certainly nothing official, that's for sure. So we will see what the heck we see about it. Especially as it looked like, yes, it was going to be a Cara Dune thing, but... I just realized how close that name is, right? Caleb Doom, Cara Dune. Anyway. I gotta be honest, Cara Dune is incredibly close to Caleb Doom in a way that just surprises me the more I think about it. Intentional? I mean, Filoni would have created it full well knowing Caleb Doom's name. Interesting. I'm going to take it as coincidence right now, though. Yeah, or not. What do you got, Scal? Oh, thinking about Andor again. Yeah, I like the idea of having something. I don't know where it's going to go necessarily, though. Too many things that I have pretty good ideas of. Get something fresh, something newer. Now, admittedly, Andor is not exactly the freshest thing. It's a character we already know in a time period we know fairly well, but I admit it doesn't excite me as much because I don't know as much, and the character doesn't excite me as much as others. So there's that. Oh, just shoot them. They'll all blame Roland Duran. That's why who they think would be behind it. See? I mean, speaking of that, on Scal there, that's part of why Eternals had long been one of the shows I was less intrigued by of the 4 movies for this year. Not that I wasn't intrigued by it, but just because I didn't know much of anything about it. Speaking on a Marvel front. Interesting. Rumors for Omega having a cameo over in Andor. Could be interesting. Feels like a weird spot for her to pop up then, though, for the first time seeing her. So I'm not entirely a fan of that half of it. But, yeah. Cool. Hello there, Kevin. Welcome, welcome. Currently up in episode 13, so we're about to start into the multi-part finale episodes here soon. And 1826 or whatever in there. See, I should really get a little thing up above me that when I'm marathoning that also says what episode we're watching. Maybe a little countdown timer over up in this corner that says this long until the finale. That way anybody who's coming in doesn't have to ask me, when the finale is, because it'll just be a countdown timer up in that corner. Things for the future, maybe. Next time there will actually be a marathon. I'm not sure the next time. Because I don't think I'll marathon Visions or the What If. The anthology nature of both of those doesn't make it so it's like a connected season of any sort. So I don't think I'll do that for either of those. I suppose the next show would be Book of Boba for marathoning at the end. I was gonna say Omega and your mercenaries and whatnot, kind of criminals as well, right? I love the connection those two pulled because of Ruby more than anything else. You just watch that fall. Oh, crud. Let's see, Kevin. Oh, wait, the one with the yellow lightsaber crystal? That one? It's cool. Not sure how official is that. I'm honestly not entirely sure. But cool stuff nonetheless. So are you also on the page for Sebastian Stan playing Luke Skywalker? Or someone else? Or continuing to de-age Mark Hamill? Which I think could be done too. I think they could convincingly do that if they keep working the tech. After all, you know, they hired there was that person on YouTube who went ahead and did the reworking on the deep fake over on Luke for the Mandalorian. They went ahead and actually hired the YouTuber who did that. So I said I think they definitely might go that direction. Keep having Mark Hamill go ahead and play him. Which I think would be cool, by the way. Just saying. Goodbye to Roland Durand and Ruby for now. Until season 2, probably sometime, if I had to make my guess. Yes, indeed. I agree, Scal and Kevin. Mark all day, just CGI the face. Again, I think that hire argues that that's probably the direction they're headed to. Could be wrong, but certainly I think it argues that way. Now maybe they'll also hire one of the people that went ahead and tried to de-age the voice in terms of Caleb Doom a little too. I mean, it was such an obvious thing to do, and I don't know why they didn't do it for the opening episode of this. That one still surprises me a little. Let's kill that timer. Getting ready to go jump into 14. The beginning of the end of the beginning. Fun to say it that way. It's accurate too, right? The beginning of the end of the beginning for Bad Batch. Let's see, Scal. Yes, and years go by, the team will get so much better. Yes. No kidding. I mean, without any doubt. I mean, the trick is working on it on a TV show. So on the time scale, you have budget. And even worse, they're having to do it in secret, which means you're probably doing it under all kinds of extra constraints for how to do it without giving things away and revealing what was about to happen. And Kevin, you're asking about season 2 of Bad Batch. What do I think is going to happen on season 2? Either Antar Atrocity or the Clone Rebellion will be season 2. The other one will probably happen in season 3. But I think one of those two is the major event of season 2. And maybe the Clone Rebellion season 3. I don't know. And yes, Scal, you definitely could be right. Maul could definitely make an appearance, certainly. I think we'll see Wolf in season 2. I think he'll pop up. But again, I think the major events that our group will be involved in will either be Antar Atrocity or Clone Rebellion. I just don't know timeline-wise which one they're going to do first and which one they'll do later. But I think that's your season 2 and 3 big episode, big arc pieces. You know, say finale of the season kind of thing, or big mid-season piece, whichever way they're going. Yes, episode 14, Sailor, where Scorch gets owned. This is true. Scal, you think Clone Rebellion for season 2 and then Antar Atrocity or season 3 then? Assuming you agree with me on Antar Atrocity, I guess I should say, but I don't know that I've heard anybody else talk about the Antar Atrocity. Certainly I've talked about it, but typing to get in here. I said I'm very much thinking that's going to go ahead and happen. I think it's part of why we saw Senator Avi Singh. So definitely I think that is highly likely to happen. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again in the future. That's for sure. Certainly missed my guesses on Crosshair and how we were going to go about things there. Heck, I was going with the whole, because of what happened back in episode 8, that they weren't going to be able to get the chip out of his head because it was going to be fused in there, because of the heat and whatnot. I was going with that. That's actually what was going to happen. And, of course, what they actually did is 100 times better. I just didn't think they'd be willing to do that, frankly. More than anything else. Well, anyway, with all that said, everybody, let's go ahead and start up into War Mantle, episode 14. Okay, so everybody get your episode 14 up and ready. War Mantle, and then we will go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go. Scally says, you agree with everything I say, most of the time. And I agree with everything you say, most of the time. It makes me think of a line in Love Actually. American president. And I'll give you anything you want, as long as it's something I'm willing to give. Stephen Harlan, you only know about the atrocity from here, but you agree. I really do need to do a video on it, don't I? I should really put a video together for it. Yeah. I've been talking about the possibility of doing it, but I really should. So. Yet, I think it's covered in the Tarkin book is when it's covered in. Well, hello there, Concepcion Gonzalez. Or Concepcion Gonzalez. No, it is... If you're talking about the finale, no, not yet. We're marathoning our way through, so this is episode 14. You're free to go ahead and join us, pull it up, and watch that. As we work our way to the finale. The finale itself, though, will be out in just over an hour. So, a little while longer. But essentially, these are the episodes that directly lead into it now, or past any of the other fillers and whatnot. I enjoy marathoning through all of these as we work toward it. Hey, you watch them all in close succession, whatnot, brings in extra connections for you, makes it fresh in your head. It's nice. I remember the first time seeing Gregor in that armor. Seeing the different armor on the back there, too. And Scal is the dark side. Harlan. Oh, you come for the good comedy, stay for the education. Oh, well, thank you. Well, thank you. Yeah, I like doing the catch-up videos. I find them to be useful things, and keep getting nice comments on it too, so it's always nice to see that they actually are useful to people. One of those, I would have done one for the What If show, but how the heck do you do a catch-up video for that? You'd have to do one for every single episode of it. It's a good use of bringing Rex in here for a quick bit. I wonder if we'll see him in the finale. Maybe even at the very end, or a button even. We'll see. Stretching it just a little. I love this. I love Wrecker here. Oh, yeah. Tech's got a point. Oh, yeah, it's got a point. Tech's got a point. Oh, yeah. Echo's got a point. Oh, Kid's got a point. Oh, Hunter, you got a point, too. Oh, well. I usually say hello there to everyone, but I mean, if I've got someone named Obi-Wan Kenobi saying hello there, it's kind of hard for me to just say hello there and greet you to the channel there. General Kenobi, in the flesh. Welcome. But that's it. I'll still say hello there to you, too. I gotta say, man, he waited way too long to go ahead and try to make his escape from Camino. He just kept trying to hope he could make things work, Pushed it so late that screwed himself out of that chance right there. I'm still curious to see what happens to Lama Su in the end, though. I don't think we're going to see him here in the finale, but we might see him in season 2. Because again, he's not dead. And there's a reason we chose not to kill Lama Su. And I don't know why yet. I mean, it's not a logical figure to be big in a clone rebellion, although he certainly could be part of one. And I guess saying it's not a logical part is not wrong, but he just doesn't seem a leader of a clone rebellion to me. Or a key figure, prime minister or not, which I guess he could get some loyalty from other clones. But I feel that's more of a Rex, a Wolf, a Gregor, a Hauser kind of thing, etc. Ominous music, this. Oh, I will say, everybody, anyone who's interested, I am going to go rank through all of the Bad Batch characters on Sunday. Come join me on Sunday and we'll go ahead and have some fun doing that. Which I think should be a lot of fun. It's been fun doing it for the Rebels characters. Pretty sure it'll be fun doing it for Bad Batch characters as well. Exactly, Sailor. Lama Su leading a clone rebellion be like a guy from corporate leading a rebellion. Yeah, no kidding. And he just doesn't have any gravitas to do it. Yeah, you think they're clone troopers. I still love this argument from Echo. The difference is you had a freaking Jedi with you at the time. You got no Jedi with you here. I mean, I'm a lot more willing to go jump in somewhere unknown if I have one of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy with me right now. Just saying. Not to mention, it was the Jedi's order to go ahead and do it at that point, too, so there's also that. Scowl, let's see. But random, but let's see. When am I going to start doing my own stories? I've decided to stop trying to put an actual date on it because it seems to always just keep getting pushed later. But soon. Soon is good. So that's my answer right now. Hey, at least, on my side, what if I do what ifs there? It's meant to be shorter and more condensed, right? And not hit all the details. Ooh, because I'm not trying to make a 2-hour movie, Ooh. Sorry, my only issue with the Marvel what if is, dang, that should have been a 2-hour feature. They tried to do a 2-hour feature in a half hour. And while there was a lot that was enjoyable and good about it, that hurt it immensely. I admit I was disappointed, ultimately. So, I know I jumped over to a different what if, but not just trying to divert topic, but even though I loved going to sing, Captain Carter, but just wish it had been a feature instead of just a half hour. It's one of those, they chose to tell a story that needed that kind of time and weren't willing to condense it down to what it needed to be for a half hour. And being that's the same writer and director / showrunner for the entirety of the 10 episodes, I am worried about the rest of them off of that. I just hope they don't repeat that same mistake again and again. So we'll see what we see. But anyway, as far as what ifs for me, yes, I am wanting to make them 100%. For Marvel too, actually, for that matter, not just Star Wars. But the Star Wars one will be the one that'll come out first when I do it. I also want to do some more villain things and whatnot as well. Other funky things, more lore things, whether it be continuing to look at planets or jumping over to the Antar atrocity, as the case may be, or other things. I said I want to start gearing up the Star Wars channel because I haven't been putting up enough on Freeform Star Wars yet, and I'm quite aware of that. So I definitely want to be putting more out on Freeform Star Wars, more out over on Freeform Marvel, hell, even more out Freeform Disney. Yes, I just want to put out more videos everywhere. Can't possibly see why that's troublesome either. But it is what I'd like to do. It's going to be interesting now that this will be over here. We won't have anything for a few weeks. I love Gregor. Whereas if you're them, you're like, Gregor, you might have told us that first. And I'm sure there was supposed to be, well, I just figured you knew. Quite the rescue. Only 1 hour. You are correct, Scal. 1 hour. Wow. Jedi Grandmaster. No, I didn't teach him everything I knew. That would be very smart. I could go through and pull my one-liners. Oh, that could take some time pulling my favorite one-liners in the entire series. So, see, while I would have a fun time pulling my favorite liners out of this whole series, out of 16 episodes, man, that would take some time. But I would be tempted. If it wouldn't take nearly as long as it would take. And the plus side is it doesn't necessarily take scripting and recording and audio editing and whatnot. That's the plus side to it. But if I was really going to do it, I should have probably been tracking it during this even, right? Ah, well, hello there. Welcome back, Christy. Did I see the What If? Yes, I had a live stream watch party on the What If back on, Tuesday night / Wednesday, however you want to look at it. I was just talking about it. I enjoyed it, but I was disappointed by it. The ultimate answer is I wish it had been a 2-hour feature. Because they tried doing essentially what was a 2-hour feature and condensing it into a half-hour. And I was sad about that. Because, as I said, there was so much in there, so much good potential, and I wish it had been fleshed out. Wish we'd had all the character moments that we would have had if it had actually been fleshed out to the 2 hours. So, yeah. It's just a tricky one to talk about because of that for me. If you're going to do a 2-hour story, you got to give it 2 hours. Otherwise, you got to find a half-hour story to tell. As much as you want to tell all of those pieces and whatnot. But no, it's really cool to see Captain Carter. And apparently by reports, Captain Carter will come back in future seasons, apparently. So, that's pretty neat to hear. So yeah, so that's my answer, Christy. A nuanced and tricky reaction when it comes to it is I both really enjoyed a number of things about it and think it was, as Scal says, rushed. Very rushed. Scal, when is Visions coming out? Well, we get a little bit to wait. That's September 11th? Am I right on the 11th of September? No, I'm clearly not right on that date. I'm slightly off on my date here. Give me 1 second. It's in that time frame of early September right there, like a week or so in. The dates I just don't necessarily have on my head as well as I should, huh? Oh wow, sorry, never mind. It's the 22nd, 11th, 22nd. Yeah, it's a double-digit day right there. So the 22nd of September. Let's see, Christy. Oh, sorry, hang on. Whoa, I think I skipped something. Am I going to watch Visions, by the way? Definitely, 100%, and live, yes, 100%. I will say the trick that I haven't fully figured out is how I'm navigating the fact that Disney, for whatever reason in their infinite intelligence, decided to go ahead and move Star Wars on to Wednesdays as well. So I haven't figured out how I'm doing the What If along with the Visions, because one of them can be live at midnight, and the other one can't. I mean, I just can't watch both and have two different live streams. It just won't work. I mean, I suppose I could have two different screens and be watching Visions and What If at the same time, but probably a bad idea. So I've got to figure that one out still. But I will be. Let's see. Christy, you said you're excited for the Kenobi show and Book of Boba and Season 3 of Mandalorian. 100% here, too. And I really am excited for Visions, by the way. I feel Visions really has a decent shot of being pretty good. Getting the different creators really to have free reign to tell their own completely original stories. And I love anime as well, so that helps. And then also, speaking next year, also we'll have Andor coming up and Ahsoka coming up. So we've also got those popping up. And, of course, Season 2 of Bad Batch. We've got tons of stuff coming up next year. By the way, this is one of the better, as far as any kind of vehicle-based fight sequences, this is one of the best of the season right here, this one that we have. Scowl, let's see. Maybe since there's no more Star Wars show for a while, then I may finally play Jedi Fallen Order. As I said, I think we're going to wait till Freeform Star Wars is bigger, so if anything, maybe I'll dedicate a little more time to trying to get some videos over in Freeform Star Wars and trying to get the channel to build a bit bigger. That's more likely the answer there. I mean, eventually I'd like Freeform Star Wars to really grow and become big of its own. I mean, I do these live streams over here because, well, Freeform Disney is much bigger still than Freeform Star Wars by a considerable bit. So, but yeah. He's got a point. Yeah, well, Christie's over there has a point. Oh yeah, Scowl's got a point too. You'll be back in about 40 minutes. That's goodish time. They've generally been releasing on the hour for Bad Batch, so it'll probably be 50, but you don't know, they could release early. This moment, by the way, having to actually leave Hunter behind. And one last moment, or actually one last moment before the last moment. The question people have asked, whether she actually betrayed Lama Su or not. It's an interesting question. I think I still go with her having betrayed Lama Su, not just having been caught. Self-preservation right there. And let's be honest, those two never saw completely eye to eye anyway. And if you can see the writing on the wall, no, Venom 2 just got pushed as well. Been seeing a bunch of delays lately. I doubt it's the last delay. Love it. Man, I've gotten so used to this music, and man, the number of times I've heard it today. D. Bradley Baker as the Bad Batch. Well, minus Omega. At least you're not going to delay Spider-Man 3, says Kevin. Wouldn't hold my breath on it. If other Marvel things get delayed, very well, that can certainly get delayed too. So, I would not hold my breath. Depends on what happens with Shang-Chi and the Eternals. Then we'll have an idea, potentially, of an answer there. But until we know that, maybe. Maybe. Wow, we've actually watched through every episode except for last week's now. So we've almost rewatched everything at this point. Whew. Been a trip. The past 8.5 hours here, right? means my European friends should be waking back up and getting ready to go ahead and pop in here in a bit. Or some of them might already have. It's 7, 8 in the morning over there now. Yeah, I don't know when our Spider-Man No Way Home trailer's coming. Maybe they're even delaying it because they don't know what's going to happen with some of the movies. That's possible. With some of these delays we're seeing, it could be even something like that. Certainly possible. I mean, Venom's been delayed from the 24th, it looks like, to the 15th, huh? The news that just came out quite recently, here this morning. So I admit I hadn't actually caught that one yet until you just said it, just popped it up, but it should be interesting. I mean, again, it's the first delay. How much further they'll delay it will be interesting, because if you're worried about the U.S. and what's going on in the U.S. and you're hoping that October 15th will be late enough, don't know that I'd hold my breath on that one. Things are a little ugly around here. More than a little ugly around here. So, we'll see. And the same question really comes up for Marvel. Because we've been seeing delays, especially on things that are mid-September and later. Now, Shang-Chi is very early September. And so far, the last we heard was more confirmation that makes it sound like it will still be releasing on the same day. I don't know. But then beyond that, will Eternals keep its release date? So, again, first, will Shang-Chi keep its release date here in early September, which seems trickier and trickier. And then will Eternals, November 5th, will it still make its release date, and etc. But I'm not going to try to read tea leaves and make predictions on that one. I just don't know. Okay, we should all be getting up our episode 15 up and ready, everyone. So make sure you've got it up and ready, because we are getting ready to roll. 1:10 in the morning for Grumpy Dad over there. You're a couple hours ahead of me. So it's a little after 11 in the evening over here. 2300. That time frame. Disney time. I should just refer to it as Disney time instead of Pacific Standard or Pacific Daylight. So, heck, it's 11:15 in the evening Disney time over here. And being that it's 15, it's time to go ahead and go watch that penultimate episode one more time. Then we'll have a little bit of a quick break, just so people can go ahead and get any final prep ready for that last episode. Use a restroom if you need to. That kind of thing. Okay, so everybody, with that 15th episode up, return to Camino. Let's get ready to go ahead and roll. So we're going to go ahead and start into it in 3, 2, 1, go. There goes a George Lucas laugh, huh? Interesting, interesting. I'm going to have to do a comparison sometime now. You have made me curious to really look into that and check. Oh, this was such a good episode. The whole conversation between Hunter and Crosshair. Oh, man. So very good. Whoever was writing that was on fire with that. I'm sure they went through draft after draft getting that down to what it was. That is not a first draft right there. Get some more water as we start here. Having to take in yet another clone. She wouldn't be. Home. Man, they kill me with this nostalgic music use. So intentional. ES02 again, right? We're going to keep seeing AS02 later on because she survived this last bit. We keep seeing her talk here, there, and again. It's interesting. I wonder if we have any bigger future in store for ES02. I know I heard someone ask, what about the rest of the planet on Camino? What happened to the other cities and everything on there? It's an interesting question. Certainly they destroyed the cloning facilities. I mean, the Empire has no need to destroy anything else beyond that. That's really all they cared about. So I don't imagine they went ahead and just started destroying other cities on Camino. I imagine they contained it just to the cloning facilities here. But hard to say for sure, right? Well, I'll pretend that didn't happen. That was my own alarm, actually. Go figure. Whoops. Which I have not changed the sound on it either. have the alarm for when I'd be having to make sure I'm aware of the live stream coming up for doing the new episode. So, whoops. Obviously, I'm still marathoning, so I don't need an alarm for that one right there. Hey, and hello there to Star Wars Fan 66. And yes, Jerem, welcome back. Good morning over there in Europe. And yes, episode 15. And Scal, after... You think the First Order destroyed what was left? Who knows? Who knows what you... Again, though, I mean, you're talking about the other cities, people who aren't cloners, so... Yeah, this music from the last 3 episodes of Season 7, I agree. Some of the best in all of Star Wars, no doubt. Some good music. And I will give Mandalorian some really good music as well. I'm going to have to toss it in there, too. Star Wars Fan 60... Oh, and hey, hello there to Matthew Finn. Welcome back as well. I think you were in here really early on, right? I think you were. But yeah, Star Wars Fan 66. Do I think we'll see Ahsoka and Rex in the finale? Ahsoka, no. She'll pop in somewhere in the show because Filoni can't avoid bringing Ahsoka in, just to do it somehow. Same with Maul, but I don't think she'll pop in here. Rex definitely could pop into the finale. I think it's more possible, though, that he'll show up in a buttony kind of thing or a very end piece, if he does. And more likely we'd see, say, the Martez sisters pop up. But I don't know. He might be in a real way. Hard to say. But I don't think we'll see Ahsoka in the finale. First they came for the Kaminoans, and I said nothing because I'm not a Kaminoan. And then they came for the Regs, but I said nothing because I wasn't a Reg. And then there was no one left when they came for me. God, I love the snark in that line. And then the honesty in that, what, and you're saying I had a choice? Right. Christy, you're here, but you might not make it on time. And stream will be over when you join, maybe. Well, we're in 15 now, and hey, worst comes to worst, you can... If you somehow are not able to make it on time, you can rewind the stream back there and hook it up with the timer. Actually, I'll count you in as we get there, so you can always pop back and rewind time. It works. So, and you can even watch it in a couple days. And I'll still join you. From the past. Something like that. Such a full circle nature here in this talk. Back to where they themselves were enhanced. Dram, you say, if we really get Ahsoka at some point, I feel like we won't get Maul. Or at least won't get more than a hologram. And, yeah, could be. I just know Filoni loves to get certain things in there, so that's why I'd actually be surprised if he didn't find some way at some point. And their power levels are something that are really hard to show in here, though. And yeah. And hey, if you do end up rewinding Christy, feel free to leave comments down below the video afterwards. I'll go ahead and respond to things that way, too. Crosshair's point about the bigger picture is intriguing. It's like, sure, you can fight it, but they've got all the power, and well, he's not going to go fight that, that's for sure. Destiny, you can fight it. You do not have that Thanos quote down well enough, right? Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. I mean, it feels a little crosshairy too, right there. Like he could say something similar about that regarding the Empire. Grumpy, you prefer this Stormtrooper design than the one we have now? What's a point to that? Cross Thanos. I love it. Even at this point, you are still doing exactly what Crosshair expects you to do. I don't get it. They keep going, oh, they'd expect us to go to their front door. No, you wouldn't. That's exactly what he doesn't think you're going to go ahead and do. It's like he knows you. Anyway. It's like they just can't think outside of the way they normally think. Funny stuff, that. Got the whole gang back together. Yeah, we're not that stupid. Dram. About more weapons on them? There's a point, but it's really that they're not willing to leave that many troopers down there with Crosshair anymore. And hey, they are elite squad members. And I guess you get that. But it still seems like very little, right? Oh, I missed a little script going. Yep, talking about the script. Yes, Scal says he's going to go ahead and give us a bit of a tease on the script there after the finale's over. So everyone's got to stick around for that. Gonna be curious to see what happens there and what our quick synopsis tease overview. This speech, by the way. Sorry, this dialogue, I should say, not speech. And the music, too. A chance. And if I am those other Imperials right now, like, what the hell did he just say? Oh, boy. No, you're right, Sailor. Gonk's still on this ship, so I guess the gang's not all together, huh? And this debate back about Omega and what we do with Omega here. It's funny. This talk to Hunter would have been so much more convincing to him way back near the beginning of the season. It really would have. I don't think it still would have done it even then, but it would have been a lot closer. Let's put it in records points. Yeah, Giraffe. Crosshair's got a point. Yes, Darscal. Yes, an official description. An official description of the do or do not. We never were. It's like you just feel for both sides in this, and man, it's nicely done though. Grumpy, let's see. Still don't understand why the Empire would leave the droids there, not take them. I mean, the Empire's not exactly big on droids in the first place. And you know how much more time that'd take to evacuate all that and pull that all out? The Empire wants to destroy this to some degree. So, I think it's probably a combination of, a distaste for droids, not spending the time pulling it all out, just destroying the Camino facilities in a large sense. I don't know. Something like that. Concepcion. Less than half an hour. Watching episode 15 right now. Oh, I love the music in this scene. I mean, as far as music, this episode probably wins for music for me. I mean, I think it's my favorite episode of the show so far, too, but the music, and there's so many different sections, and it's so evocative. I mean, it's very much more in the John Williams vein of music, where the music is prominent, and it feels there, it's in your face, and also pushing different emotions in there. Man, this piece. Now, yes, Jerem, it's every single Hunter Crosshair scene. Again, the amount of drafts they probably went through on those scripts right there. Beautifully written. On point in every case. Yeah. And Rampart's right on point, too. Yes, you are right there. So you're wrong, though. Doesn't matter. I love the doesn't matter line, though. It's so much packed into that line. Hello there, Geek Girl. Welcome, welcome. Just finishing up episode 15. We're getting up there to the finale here. Even gave Rampart a punchable face. Oh, Sailor. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Geek Girl. No worries. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, just someone commented how it's a clone who actually opens fire, right? All the painful irony of that. And only the second episode in the entire season that uses different end credit music right here. And I'm so glad they used a different end credit music. It so wouldn't have fit anywhere near as well to use the other music for it as this. Let's see. Sorry, I missed a little bit of the chat there, I'm sure, in that. Hey, hello there to Gyroscope. Concepcion. Oh, Crosshair sees that the Empire doesn't care about him. Yeah, I don't think that'll do that. I don't think he ever goes back to see eye to eye with them. I don't think it's ever where it's going. And that's fine. It's far more tragic that way. Gyroscope, need to restart the computer of all nights. Ooh. Well, yeah, got probably 20 minutes because it probably won't come out till the hour. It's what they've been doing. Dram, such a waste. Yeah. Such an incredible, incredible waste. A school or a holiday resort or something. No, the Empire only sees the danger in letting it stay up there. Not to mention the symbology of destroying it. They're not wrong, but such a waste. And yes, Gay Girl, the visuals on that scene. No ifs, ands, or buts right there. Wow. Long day. So I am going to take one last quick break here in a moment. So, for what it's worth, this episode, Return to Camino, was directed by Nathaniel Villanueva and written by Matt Mikonovitz. So, bravo on the two of them here. And of course, as ever, giant bonus points to Kevin Kleiner on the music. As ever. Okay, let's stop that timer. No need for that to keep going. Won't have that running again for a little bit. In the meantime, though, I am going to dash away for just a little bit. Don't worry, everyone. I will be back shortly. So, needn't worry about that. I definitely will return quickly. Let's see. Concepcion, what time will it say when it starts? It will start in 18 minutes, probably. So, 18 minutes would be my rough guess, because they've all started on the hour so far. Marvel generally starts 10 minutes before. Star Wars has always been starting on the hour, though. Certainly Bad Batch. Crosshair has Vader levels of stubbornness. Yeah, no kidding. And Geek Girl, yes, they'll generally, let's see, pick the right end music. They do. I said they've done a good job of it so far. I think they only did the one in Clone Wars. Interesting. Ignoring the 4-part finale. Of course, ignoring that piece, because that's its own little beast. But aside from that, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's only once. Hard to say. And of course, the music wasn't the same early on in the show. So yeah, interesting question. Fanfares and Rebels sometimes are unfitting. True. True be that. Okay. So, let us go do this. I'm going to go ahead and take off for just a little bit. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll be ready to go start everything up. So see you all in just a moment. Well, hello there and welcome back. So here we are getting ever closer. So once again, thank you all for being here as we go ahead and get ready to finish up Bad Batch. Well, season 1 of Bad Batch anyway. Let's see, what do we got? What have I missed in here while it's gone? Force is strong with this live stream. Always like that. Definitely. Best live stream because you don't need super chats to communicate. Yes, I think I made a comment about that earlier. It's nice to actually be able to read everything. I will, be honest. I said I don't know how. Yeah, it's like having to deal with chats that would be that hard, that many things going through. It's like maybe you catch a thing every now and then, but yet it almost has to become the super chats just because there's too much going on in that chat to keep up with everything. See, Gear Girl, if you want to watch a cool Star Wars tribute to take up 10 minutes until a Bad Batch. I'm trying to get people to go look away from my channel. Oh no. It's fine. Let's see. Hello there to the fan. Welcome. Let's see. Crosshair dies, you're gonna be angry. If it's done right, I won't be. I said, and I think there's a good possibility of it. I think he has possibility for a really nice tragic death to come up here. So it's all about how it's done. If it's done well, yeah. I got back while you were typing. Yep. Oh, I see. I get it now. Yep. Now you're fine. Don't worry. And the snacks are great. Hey, the snacks are always great on the smaller channels. Yeah, it's just part of being able to, have a smaller channel there. Yeah, better snacks. Yeah, as he said, Scal, probably going to lose something or someone. I mean, the show has not argued that it's willing to. No. I mean, I'm not saying the show won't pull its punches at all, but not in the way that Clone Wars or Rebels would have. So, I'll say that. Jarab, Hunter dies and Crosshair has to take over his role. Yeah. Not seeing that. In so many ways. Does not work for me in the least. Not even close. And that's just not who Crosshair is. Maybe you can summon the flying whales the Kaminoans use. That would be fun. Yeah, my comment was, if you're really going to kill somebody in the Bad Batch off, I think you'd have to kill Echo or Tech. If you were really going to do it, I mean, Crosshair aside, of course, which I think is a likely possibility. But aside from Crosshair, if you're going to kill somebody in the Bad Batch, I think it has to be Tech or Echo. I mean, they're the characters we seem to care about the least. Doesn't mean they won't have an impact if they were to die. And also, hey, then there's no odd duplication they sometimes get between the two characters and how to characterize the two. You can get these on because it won't be too much longer here. Yeah, I'm prepared for a potentially sad ending, that's for sure. I mean, we certainly had some sadness in the last episode. I mean, I'm sorry, destroying Kamino's hardly not. Welcome back, Matthew Finn. Welcome back. Hey, we've seen Bad Batch is willing to go dark. They certainly could go dark here too. True, fan. Yes, we did see Echo dying before. Quote unquote dying. I mean, considering. But yeah, you're not wrong. Kind of thought he was dead back then. Until the end of season 7, you're like, oh, is that the case? Okay. Well, beginning of season 7, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Geek Girl, aside from Crosshair, no, I don't think any of the Bad Batch would die in this. I'd be surprised. And Crosshair, I mean, I long put it out there. Now, that was before we decided Crosshair actually had the chip out, which makes him a little more interesting in what we could do, but I still think I give odds to him dying in the finale still. Let's say 60-70% odds for Crosshair dying in the finale, somewhere in there. Let's call it 65%. That's my odds Crosshair dies in the finale. So a decent chance that he doesn't, even by my bet. But definitely I think there is a good possibility of him dying. How long do I think the episode will be? At least 20 for sure. Oh yeah, 100% at least 20 for sure. I mean, based on Disney Plus times, if it's not at least 27 minutes, I'd be surprised. But that really puts it at, what, let's say 24 minutes or so? If it's not at least that, I'll be surprised, because that would make it pretty much the shortest episode in the entire season. And that's unusual for a finale. Actually, I guess the shortest one was episode 4. But, yeah. And the last episode we just watched actually was one of the shortest episodes. Intriguingly. Yes, I'd love at least a half-hour long episode. Heck, give me a 70-minute episode. If you got an hour-long feature and a great story to take it up, let's do it. He is Echo of Borg. If only that arm did a little bit of other stuff, maybe a little simulation going on. I mean, Wrecker would get the assimilate this line, right? Assimilate this. But said in a Wrecker way, it would be so much fun. Perhaps we see Rex. Definitely think it's possible we see Rex. I think the Martez sisters popping up is definitely a good possibility. Yeah, I hear you, Geek Girl. That's why I always make my little caveat on Crosshair there when we're talking about these things, because he's not actually truly part of our Bad Batch anymore. He was. But that's kind of not been true for a good few episodes now. A good few. Oh, good, Gyroscope. You made it back. You are just in time, that is for sure. We're talking, what, around a minute now to go. About a minute. No worries, Christy. If we go ahead and pop back in at the end, we'll definitely join you there. So, yeah. As soon as it's out, we'll be watching on this side. You're free to go ahead and stick around or pop back in right afterwards for discussion after the fact. Definitely fine. Time's ticking down, 45 seconds and less. Here we go, finale. No excitement here. None at all. See if we can reload, the Disney Plus page enough that we can crash Disney Plus. Let's go for it, everyone. Hey, we'll show them what we really love it, and they should go ahead and just announce season 3 right now, too, while they're at it. Okay, let's see. It is on the hour. And like clockwork, there we go, folks. At 29, it's about the standard length episode for the season. Certainly not the shortest. Ooh, title's Camino Lost. It's definitely a fitting title, clearly already. Okay, everybody, get that pulling up. Remember, toss it into the chat as quick as you can if you're having any problem pulling it up. Because otherwise, I'll assume everybody is getting everything fine. So get it up there. I will give you just a little bit to make sure everybody's got it up and ready. And then we will get rolling. It's going to be finale time. Yes, Scarlett is out. See you in a little bit. And with your big announcement on your description for your fan film too. Yes. Camino Lost. Yeah, Dram. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody having any problems over here in the chat, so I'm assuming everybody's got the episode up and you are ready to roll. We're a minute after now, so everyone's had a little bit to go get it up. Yeah, Play on Paradise Lost definitely seems like it might be. Alright, so everybody, we're going to start it up then in 3, 2, 1, go. It's finale time. Oh, exciting. I admit I'm more excited for this than I was when Mandalorian came to either of its two finales. I suppose it helps it's a 16-episode season, though. Although, in fairness, with some of what we did in Mando Season 2's finale, that's tricky to top. Oh, right back to here. Yes, the rush of a finale. Oh, you're not kidding there, Steven. You know, using the Venators to destroy it is just so much more poetic, too, than a newer ship. Crosshair's awake. Yeah, Joram, cover. Where's that supposed to be? Not disagreeing with it there. Oh, look at this. Oh, I loved how you heard that in that clone right there. That little bit of pain in the voice. Yeah, I like AZ2, Geek Girl. I think you'll probably perish too, AZ. Fan, you say you skipped ahead? I don't know, we're 3 minutes in. So we're busy trying to get out of this. Thanks, AC. The hell, man. Nicely done, Omega. Watch your hands on that one. Sadness, just sadness. Yeah, fan. Yeah. All the potential lives right there, huh? All your potential brothers. Yeah, fan. I agree. It did. The show did a good job making this character. Certainly did me. Yeah, it's like last one was just the start of the sadness on all this right here. Just, yeah. I mean, for Crosshair, it's still probably a bit of a shock anyway, even with that. I'll grant. Don't tell me their room. Beautiful full circle, huh? Yeah, sometimes she does. Certainly, the person who best knows this facility probably is a good call on that, too. Gay Girl says, wonder if we might see some of the ancient Kaminoan runes this deep. Interesting. Man, all the cracks here. Gay Girl. Yeah, I mean, Crosshair and Wrecker could easily get into a fight. Luckily, at least we've got tech standing between the two of them now. Speaking of those creatures, those whales here on Camino. Instead of standing around looking, you might want to go. Problems. There's always a bigger fish. Fan. Sad thing is, the Bad Batch haven't really killed any clones or stormtroopers. Interesting. Well, I suppose you're right, AC. Back to here. Such a trip down memory lane for them too, huh? Telling Crosshair that one's gonna be interesting. And your alternative was what? This is what I thought Crosshair would take this as. Just leave him with that to stew on, right? You think AC survives this here? Yes, Hunter and Crosshair together. Echo and Tech. Does Omega get her own capsule? She does, doesn't she? It's interesting. This episode is the more reflective episode by comparison to the last one that has action oriented. Kind of makes me think a little Endgame versus Infinity War in a way. Yeah. And trying to deal with 4 of these different capsules all at the same time and try to keep debris away from them. Yo. Ah, Matthew Finn. Yeah, I know. That stun shot that seemed like it might have been something that actually fried AZ altogether. Yeah, Giger, I have a feeling AZ won't survive too. Oh wow, she really is. Man, that was foolhardy as hell. Man, if that's not Omega to a T, though, isn't it? Mm. Regardless of the consequences, right? In the daylight, get to see whatever debris is left floating around. Huh? For once, it's a clear sky, too. Whoa. Can consider this more or less the button in a way, huh? Yeah, that was essentially your button right there. To be honest, I wish it was after the credits, because it hurt the last emotional beat that we had right before that. But that's okay. Let's see, Geek Girl. Especially hard for Omega to see. As for Crosshair saving Omega, yeah. We have the possibility for him doing something else, but he's never going to join them in that way, I don't think. I mean, you'd have to go a long ways to do it. It would take a lot of work right there. I still wish that last piece had been done after the credits, so not right there, as far as emotional beats are concerned. Fan, I'm not sure what you're talking about up there. Let's see, Matthew Finn at 9.5, Christy at 9, Dram a 6.5, Sailor X at 10. Dram, you're way down there. I'm not up at a 9.5 or a 10. Of course, we all know I'm more stingy on that kind of thing anyway. Very stingy on my 10s. But I'm certainly not down at a 6.5 either. I think a solid 8, 8.5. Maybe an 8.5. We'll go 8.5 maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll call it an 8, 8.5, somewhere right in there. I think that's where I'm sitting on this one. It's a good episode, to be sure. To be sure. It's nice that it was willing to go introspective a little bit the way it did. Pulled back from a little bit of that sometimes, a bit in the later portion of it. But yeah. Darscal, not the ending you were hoping for, to be honest. Yeah, me neither. Me neither, I'll be honest. I enjoyed it, though, so I'm not complaining. It's definitely one of the good episodes, but in the lower half of the better ones, yeah, I think that's probably something I'd agree with, Dram. It's like, again, talking about my top half probably is all of the big ones, really. The initial episode, the mid-season two-parter, then our next two-parter over on Ryloth, and then these 3 episodes here. Those would probably be my top half. Amongst all of those episodes, yeah, this probably would be the bottom of those 8, which is nothing against it. It's just not quite to the caliber of any of the other 7, though. It's just not quite up there to there. You're probably a solid 8. It's like, it's definitely one of the good ones. No question about that. Hi, Grumpy Daz. Next time you need to sleep? Okay. Definitely will. For you, have a magical day or night, as the case may be, and may the Force be with you. Always. For everyone else, hey, we've still got our Scowls announcement to make here in a little bit. Let's see. Dram, you say for you the character beats were missing. Yeah. The escape the city got a little much. At first, it was a good excuse to be able to be a little more introspective when they were stuck there. And I wish it had been willing to lean into that a little more and not feel the need for a little bit of the action that they generated in there. We just didn't need as much of it. It was okay to leave it more introspective. That's fine. That's a bit of what I'd say on that piece of it. Giggle, yeah, no, you don't mean Crosshair will join him good, because I definitely don't think so. Yeah, I definitely concur that certainly is possible there, that he could end up sacrificing himself for them at some point. 100%. 100% possible. To be honest, one thing I kind of wish would have changed is that AZ actually had died there. It would have been a good death for him, for one. And to be honest, Omega going out there, yeah, that's Omega. But maybe Crosshair just saves Omega. Crosshair doesn't actually end up saving AZ. Something like that. I don't know. Just a thought. Scal, you see what's going to be annoying to you is that Season 2 is basically going to be Season 1, just a Bad Batch hiding from the Empire and finding their place in the galaxy. Yeah, but it's a different kind of hiding from the Empire, right? Crosshair is the only one who knows they're alive right now. If Crosshair doesn't tell the Empire, which I think Crosshair very well might not say this at this point. I mean, that's him looking out for his old brothers, even though he agrees with the Empire. Then, at that point, well, the Bad Batch is not being hunted by the Empire in the same way. Until they run up on their radar again, I guess. But I think we're going to push more for whether the Bad Batch is being mercenaries or being rebels. I think we're going to start bringing that a little more to the forefront here in Season 2. And I'm fine with that. Nothing wrong with that right there. I mean, finding their place in the galaxy can take a little time, and I'm good with that. I have no problem there. Wow, Star Wars fan. 3 of 10. Dang. You were really not a fan, huh? Wow. Either that or your 3s mean something different. Sailor, Crosshair will kill Rampart. I mean, we're talking about him sacrificing himself to save the rest. I don't think that includes killing somebody like Rampart, though. I mean, that's a heck of a different line to cross right there. Line to cross. Ooh, hello. And a Crosshair is a couple lines. Ooh, anyway. So, double pun. Twice the pun, double the fall. Yeah. Scal, I think it was a fine ending. I think the biggest problem is it wasn't the ending we were expecting. I think that's more what it is there than... I don't think there's any problem with it as an ending. Just expected something different. It was part of my trick as to figuring out what this episode would actually be. Because I was trying to figure out what would spend most of the time here. And it was them getting out of the city and actually getting back to the ship. I just didn't think that would take the whole episode worth of time. That's why I had a hard time figuring out what was going to happen. And so, yeah. I mean, really, I think part of the thing there is, again, it's really a multi-part finale, but this is really anticlimax in that sense. Essentially, the plot of the big finale and where things were going, the plot ended last episode. This was the ending to the story arc of the season. So, I think that's really what it is. So it's a fine ending. You just have to note that it's not the plot ending, it's the story ending for the characters for the season. I mean, the clear analogy that would pop up many a time would be Lord of the Rings, where the ending for the plot comes at this point, and yet then, if we're talking about the movie, then the movie still goes on for another half hour after that. As we go through story ending after story ending after story ending after story ending. Same is true for the book, but even more so in the book. So, I think that's what I would say here as far as how the ending and why it may feel a little unsatisfying that way. Because it can be when it's the story's ending rather than the plot, which already has pretty much reached this point. That would be my comment. I think it would have been better if they'd been released together rather than as two separate episodes. I think that would have made it so it didn't feel that same way. So there wasn't that built up extra expectation for people. Yeah, Sailor X. Yeah, 14, 15, 16 are the finale broken up into 3 parts. 100%. Let's see. Gyroscope would like an episode with Tech without his tech for a while next season. Oh, yep. That. I mean, I could see them do that. That's definitely a recipe for some good drama right there. Tech without his tech. Yes, indeed. And it really gives a chance for Tech to shine a little bit more, which he needs some more of a chance. To be honest, it's Echo who's had the least chance to shine, though. Who really needs his chance in here? Tech alone. Power down. Let's see. Gay Girl, don't think season 2 will be a repeat of 1. I'd agree. 100% I don't think it'll be a repeat. Even if we're saying, yes, they're finding their place in the galaxy, they're still not in the same spot they were before. And yes, I agree about the beginnings of the rebellion. I definitely expect to see a lot more there. Again, we've got to get them to the point that they're willing to go make an Operation Valkyrie sacrifice, right? At least if I get the ending I'm hoping for in there. Hey, hello there to Reaper. 6 out of 10 for Reaper. Let's see. Liked it, was emotional, not enough heat for the episode. You want a little more action there. Yeah, understood, Scale. Understood. Again, if they'd released it all together, I really do think they would have hit differently, though, too. What do I think is going to happen to Omega in Season 2? Not sure. I mean, part of the question, I suppose, also is on the whole Force sensitivity. I'm curious where we're doing with that. We might see Omega and Hera again in there too, which will be interesting if we go back over to Ryloth. I think we might in Season 2. I don't think we'll wait till 3 for it, so I think we'll probably do it in 2. Maybe we'll get a time skip, says Sailor X. Yeah, certainly could. There's nothing about this ending that means we couldn't. I mean, everything's left in enough of a spot where things are relatively stable right now that we could jump a year ahead if we wanted. Can't jump too far, we'll skip the Antar Atrocity, though. Dram, maybe he'll train Solo Kari Morgenthau in Season 2. Funny. Scowl also bringing in the possibility of a time skip for Season 2, so jump a little later from Season 1. Again, yeah, definitely possible. Again, not too far, because I think the Antar Atrocity is supposed to be a year-ish after the fall of the Republic, after the Empire takes over. So, as I said, I don't think it can be too much of a time skip, or we skip the Antar Atrocity. Let me double check my timing on the Antar Atrocity here. I think I'm right on that. It's a year-ish. Double check it sometime, but yeah. And Geek Girl is off, so magical day / night to you as well, and may the force be with you. Yeah, I hope there will be a time jump. Yeah, I could easily take a nice 6-month time jump. We jump back in on where they are now. I can definitely go for that. Definitely. Mikhail, very good episodes. Waiting for season 2. Yes, indeed. Well, hey, luckily the good news is, being that it's been a little over 3 months since, assuming they start the next season on May the 4th, if that's when they do it, then hey, we're under 9 months away from season 2. Could always hope. On the other hand, maybe the Kenobi series will start up on May the 4th, and this will start earlier. Who knows? I do not know the timing, that's for sure. Best moments this episode were probably DBB's performance. Which one? Oh, sorry. When that clone reports the complete destruction of the Kamino city's rampart. I don't know how... I mean, DBB's performance was certainly part of it. Certainly part of it, though, was the visual and the animation, too. It's like you caught a bit in the voice, and oh, that was nice. Definitely the visual added to it, though. So both parts. I loved, as always, I loved some of the Crosshair stuff in this one, though. Not to the same caliber as the episode before, but nevertheless. I don't know, Dram. I really don't imagine they destroyed every settlement on the planet. Again, it seemed those were the only 3 ships left, too, and they were just right there, so I really don't think so. I feel more like they just destroyed Tavoka City, unless there's another one that was key to the cloning process somewhere nearby. Yes, Gyroscope. So definitely Star Wars Visions, 100%. I'll be there. I've got to figure out... I'm probably going to go with Visions at the hour and then live stream the bloody what if after that, since they decided to put everything on Wednesday. That's probably what I'm doing. Don't hold me to it. I haven't decided 100% yet, but it's what I'm thinking. But I don't know. I might... It's just a bloody mess. One of them has to be streamed at the hour, and one will have to be after. And I don't know how to even guess how long each of them are going to be for sure. What ifs are probably half an hour for sure-ish. And the others, I don't know. It's a mess. But hey, also catch me Sunday. We'll be doing a live character ranking for Bad Batch. So go through all the characters and go do that. Yeah, could be a scripting thing too there on cities, plural. Hard to say. Hard to say. Well, Scal, before everyone disappears, you probably want to go give your announcement. Just saying. Otherwise, you're going to keep having people go off to bed here. Lost a couple of them already. Let us see. I think I can go kill this timer. They're not going to need that anymore tonight. It's been one long live stream. I see that time up there. It's almost up to 10 hours right now. Woohoo! Well, it says almost 10 hours. Yeah, it's been like 10 hours. Wow, it's been a long live stream. Oh, no worries, Scal. I just thought I'd say something before everyone disappeared. But, yes. My longest live stream before this was 6 hours-ish. Because we're talking about the live stream watch parties for the different MCU shows for WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and Loki. But this one, definitely takes the cake by a few hours right there. It's a long live stream right there. I don't know, short of Bad Batch Season 2, I'm not sure when the next live stream will come that'll be anywhere near this long. We'll see. Have to have a reason to do something that long. Some kind of, like how those channels will do a big 24-hour charity kind of thing. I'm not planning any 24-hour charity live streams anytime soon. I mean, if a big channel wants me on to join them for a 24-hour live stream for some portion of that, now that I could be willing to do. So it just send me the invite. I'll join you for a bit, probably. But doing one myself, ooh, that is a long live stream. Do I think we'll see the Emperor and Bad Batch? If we're going to go ahead and eventually do like an Operation Valkyrie kind of thing for the end of the Bad Batch, yes. In that case, I think we have a decent chance of seeing them. Have seen the Emperor. If not, probably not. Not in a direct way. We might see a communication from him showing up on a screen or via a holo somewhere, but not actually like see him in person. And that fits more our Bad Batch as a whole because they're disconnected from that. They don't have a direct connection to the Palpatine either. And so I think it fits for the feel of the show. So I think that would be my comment on Palpatine and whether we'd see him in a bigger way. Looks like Jaram, you're going to definitely go ahead and get taken off too. Oh, you got a package coming. Yeah, understood. Definitely don't want to miss that. Otherwise, they'll just ring the doorbell and go away, right? But hey, Jeremy, you'll be back and catch Scal's script. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's it. Again, I thought it was good. I think it will feel even better when watching this as one nice 3-parter, or even just the 2-parter. I think it'll feel that much better there. Oh, jeez. You're busy trying to get a GPU in this climate? Oof. Dang, Jaram. Hopefully that didn't cost you too much. I mean, the prices on GPUs right now. Ooh, man. For MSRP? Impressive. I mean, that would take you at least 11 months to pull that one off. Dang. It's possible on occasion, but the work to go ahead and pull that. It's just been such a bad time for him. Well, anyway. Yeah, congrats on going ahead and getting a hold of one of those for MSRP. See you on Sunday, Dram. So, see you in a couple days. 2.5 days, roughly. Here we go. Here's Darth Scal's description. Do or do not. Description. In the year 79 BBY. Oh, you're going with Yaddle. Cool. Jedi Grandmaster Yaddle and 2 others crash land on an unknown planet. Whilst there, they discover an abandoned temple and go deep inside its depths. Ooh. Interesting. And so it is Yaddle. That's definitely one of the possible people. We don't have enough Yaddle action, that's for sure. That's cool. Wonder who your 2 others are. That's interesting. And I'm assuming an abandoned Jedi temple? I mean, it could be a Sith temple, without saying more on that. But I'm going to assume it's probably one or the other. Not that those are the only possibilities. So, interesting. Using a temple is a great way to dig into some more lore and go that way, which could be all kinds of fun. And yeah, again, having Yaddle in, bonus points right there. Also, the title of the Do or Do Not, the Yaddle Connection. Nice. Well, good luck on your script writing on that, by the way. Definitely good luck and good skill on the script. Oh, there's more. But don't realize they accidentally release one of the galaxy's past threats. Stop it, they must, before his terror clouds over the galaxy. Gives me thoughts of... hang on one second. Being that you've been teasing that one in here, on Malak, I'm imagining we're talking about Darth Malak. Gives me feelings of what is that? I guess it's Legends now. Yeah, I guess it is Legends. Back to the Jedi. Was it Jedi Academy? Oh shoot, what was the name of the book? It was Jedi Academy, right? Oh, I've got to look now. Killing me for a second. Because it was part of the Jedi Academy trilogy, right? I think I'm right. Yes, it was Jedi Academy trilogy. It gives me a memory there of the whole evil spirit of Exar Kun, who was over there on Yavin 4. So kind of makes me feel that a little bit, in how we've got an abandoned temple where Yaddle and whatnot are going. They're going to run into Spirit of Darth Malak or something of that nature. Gives me a feeling of a similar idea. Is that part of the inspiration for bringing Darth Malak in that way? Yeah, there are more ways than cloning to cheat death, this is for sure. Hi, look, hello there to Jesus Torres. I honestly don't think Crosshair removed his chip. He just had a headache before Omega showed it. And it just... I disagree. I mean, that would be such a poor choice in writing to do something like that, to make it so he didn't remove his chip. I really don't see the writing being that bad to make a move like that, to negate all of that. Ugh. I mean, really, a revelation like that, the character development that means, the strength of the philosophical arguments, etc., all of that is blown to hell if somehow his chip was still there. So, 100%, I don't think they would do that. I can be wrong. I always can be wrong. I sure as hell hope I wouldn't be wrong on that, though. But yeah, definitely cool, Scal. All kinds of interesting possibilities right there. You're still gonna have to tell me, though, if you got any inspiration there from the Jedi Academy trilogy or not. I'm just curious. You got a date on that. Summer of 2023. 2 years. You got your work cut out for you right there. That's a lot of work to go ahead and do. Definitely a lot of work. As I said, good luck, good skill. Keep us apprised. Definitely curious. You got a good bit of things to play around with by using Yaddle there, who we haven't seen too much of, and whoever your other two are. Oh gosh. Okay. Star Wars zombie movie. There are ways to do it if you wanted to in Star Wars, but that's its own beast right there. Summer of 2023. That's a long wait right there. At least on this end of things. Fear not, for my friend is making an animated fan film called Grievous, which is connecting to your film. Oh, cool. Cool. Interesting that they're going to connect, so that means we're talking an earlier time period on Grievous. Nice. Very cool. And I assume that means it'll come out sooner, so that way it'll bridges the time gap right there of having to wait. Very neat. Wonder where the unknown planet is. Are we off into the unknown regions? Are we deep core? I imagine it's not the core itself, but it could even be there. I wonder where. Mid-rim, the rim. Anywho, obviously I'm not going to hear any answers to any of that, but interesting stuff nonetheless. Interesting stuff nonetheless, that's for sure. Character list is Yaddle, Jaina, and Russell. Interesting. Interesting. Can't think of any Jaina and Russells I know, but you can tell me if I'm wrong off the bat. Certainly could be. Jaina and Russell. Cool. Yes, and guess that Darth Malik. Well, you weren't that subtle about it right there. It could be Jenna, I suppose, as to the way that's pronounced. Maybe that's Jenna. Yeah, no, me, I try to mispronounce things all the time. Yeah, probably Jenna. That would make more sense. So Yaddle, Jenna, and Russell. Sound very basic names, so humans maybe? Question mark, question mark. Do you not know? Although, I mean, that could have a Twi'lek in there. The Twi'leks tend to have more straightforward names as well. And certainly no Wookiees in that group. None of those names are Wookiee. Granted, they're kind of rare on the Jedi front anyway. So, yeah. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Also say Malik is fueled with hatred for his old master, Dark Raven. Whether I can speak is a completely different matter than anything else, right? Darth Raven. Ravon. Anyway. I mean, that would, set fueled by hatred. I mean, it's just, yeah, kind of one of those things. Yeah, you're right, Kevin. Yes, he means Ravon, yes. No doubt about that. But, yeah, no, interesting. I'm not sure how that plays into it all yet, but I'm sure that's something in there. Something to be revealed later in the future. Anything else you're revealing there, or is that about it for today? Not sure whether to look for more or not. Oh, let's see. And you won't say anything more than this, but Malik in your film will connect to Snoke's ring in The Last Jedi. Wow, that's specific. Huh. Interesting. Super specific right there. To Snoke's ring in The Last Jedi. You talking about the ring when his body hit the... Oh, no. The ringing that went out when his body hit the ground. Now, interesting. Was he not wearing the ring in Force Awakens when we see him via projection? Now I'm wondering. Got me questioning that one now. Maybe we just couldn't see it if he was or wasn't. Interesting. Okay. Well, that sounds intriguing. I'm curious how you get the connection with the ring. Curious what we'll do with all that. I mean, we're talking about so far back that all kinds of possibilities right there. Interesting. I'll admit I never looked that much into the ring that Snoke was wearing. I will admit to that. Well, I'm looking forward to that, Scal. I get all the extra deets right there. All the nice confidential details. Don't worry, I won't tease everyone with it. Very cool, very cool. Looking forward to seeing it there, Scal. And as for the finished product, it sounds like that's going to be a couple years away right there, but hey, there are much longer waits for us as Star Wars fans than that. So, 2 years? That's a short wait for a Star Wars fan. What are you talking about? We always have to wait 2 years in between feature movies when we actually even know they're coming in the first place. At the very least. So that's a short wait. Be here before you know it. Maybe the pandemic will, be getting close to over by then, too. Oh, on a completely different matter. Oh, really? Well, that's intriguing. Well, I definitely might be interested. Hard to say more than that. You know me, I love Star Wars, so 100%. So I could definitely be interested in a cameo, potentially. Definitely. That you'd even think of me that way, I appreciate that off the bat. Well, Scal, I'm definitely intrigued to see more right there. Yeah, I was wondering you asking about the voice thing. It was kind of specific question going on right there. Little specific. I admit, you piqued my curiosity with that. But, yeah. Definitely. Okay. Very, very interesting right there. Still curious about that gold ring. It's like, again, it's just not something I looked into. It's like interesting on the connection there. Oh, of the multiple things there that just catch my attention, it's like, that's an interesting one too. Interesting. Okay. Very cool. Well, I know you're not going to spill any more beans on that right now, so I won't go ahead and ask you any more questions on that. Because I don't think I'll get any more answers on it anyway. And I don't think I've got anything more to talk about on that than anything I have already said. Yeah. I think I'd have to look more into the thing like on Snoke's ring and whatnot first before I could make any more questions that would be more meaningful. Yeah, Snoke's ring you got to Vader's castle. Cause I was looking at it because, I mean, heck, it was carved from the Sith cave that's beneath, Vader's fortress over there. So, because it's, or the obsidian was from below there, right? Just taking a quick look at that. But I haven't fully looked into all of it. There's even a planet, Dwarty. Which could even be the planet you're referencing. I don't know how long Dwarty's really been known. Hard to say. Nah. Dwarty is known a little bit, right? But yeah, where Vader got it from? Heck, if I have the slightest idea. I mean, if you got the history lesson on where Vader got it from, I have no idea. Not the slightest. And I imagine you're going to shine some light on that one right there. I'm getting the slight impression that there might be a little bit more of an answer to it after that. Okay. Interesting. Again, I'm not sure what else to say right now. Other than I'm excited, curious to see what you're going to send me tomorrow. So I guess everybody else, that's a bit of a tease. Sorry. It's called Do or Do Not. Very Yoda reference, or in this case, a Yaddle reference. Stephen Harlan, you're heading off to bed. Thank you. Thank you. I said definitely enjoyed doing this. So thank you everybody for going ahead and joining the live stream, talking to the chat, watching. If you're watching this after the fact, days, weeks, months from now, thank you to you too. Feel free to leave a comment down below. I'll try to respond to it. So again, thank you to all of you for joining in. It's what makes these live streams so much fun. It really is, 100%. Do I look beat? It's been a long day. 10 hours is a long live stream. Or I guess almost 10 and a half hours now as I look at it. Long live stream. But yeah. It's been fun though. I'm not complaining at all. To be sure. So yeah, I got to watch all the episodes with all of you again. Hit the finale for the first time. Hear all of this about the Do or Do Not that Darth Scowl's working on. It has been a good day. It's been a good live stream here. So I will catch you all next time on Sunday. Bloody Sunday. Well, hopefully not that. That's a different matter. But Sunday at noon Pacific time, so about 2.5 days from now. And I'll be doing a character ranking for all the characters we just saw here in Season 1 of The Bad Batch. And so that's going to be a ton of fun, so pop back in. We'll see where they all end up ranking. You can probably make some guesses on some characters based off of what I've said. I can make some guesses off the top. But there's a lot of characters here in this season, and I do mean a lot. So yeah, with all of that said, everyone, let me say my usual until we meet again. It was going to be have a magical day, and may the Force be with you always.